believe the clock is saying 5:30, everyone, and we do have enough board members to start our meeting. So 1.1, I'm going to call the meeting to order, if you don't mind. And I am going to ask, Dr. Wyatt suddenly vanished off the screen. Dr. Wyatt, if you're back on the screen, lead us in the pledge, please, sir.
It would be my pleasure, Madam President. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the
United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Abigail and I definitely were on key. Can't say much for the other two. All right,
yes,
we will move to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, I'll go ahead and take the vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill, I believe I saw.
I finally got on. Thanks, Karen and David. Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman? All right. And Dr. Flores? All right, not yet. And Gwen Rogers, aye. And did I call everyone? All
aye.
Right. Oh, there's Mr. Tillman. Thank you so much. All right, motion carried. We are now at 1.4, and the last aye that I heard is great news because Mr. Tillman will be giving us our inspiration tonight. Mr. Tillman, you are on.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everyone watching the meeting tonight. Thank you for being concerned enough to tune in. My inspiration speech is going to start off kind of sad, but in the end, I think it'll be happy. With COVID-19 upon us, in the county of San Bernardino, we've had 47,879 cases, positive cases. 41,211 people have recovered, which means that roughly 6,000 have not recovered so far, are still ill, and so that equates to about 12% of the folks who have gotten COVID-19 that haven't so far. In the city of Highland, 1,291 people have been infected with COVID-19. Actually, it's 1,349. And in the city of San Bernardino, 7,603 people have been infected with COVID-19. And sadly, the deaths in the city of Highland are 15, and the deaths in San Bernardino are 104. And that's increased by 5 in just one day. Overall, the deaths in the county are 736, and that's up, I believe, hold on one second. I have to wear glasses now. 2.8%. So it was 716 deaths yesterday, and now it's 736. But the good news is that those numbers would have been higher if we as a district hadn't taken the actions that we took. And I think if the key is to continue working together and putting safety first. I think about when I first got on the school board, the thing that struck me the most and caused me the most misery was when I got the phone call that a student had been killed in a car accident on their way to school. And most people don't know about it because it doesn't get reported in the paper. Only the district staff hear about it. And every year, it seems we tragically have a child that is either hurt badly or maybe sometimes multiple children are killed during the school year coming to school. And that's the reason why we have crossing guards. And that's the reason why we make sure we try to have safe routes. We provide busing. We have police officers to patrol the street to encourage people to slow down. And I think in the long run, that's the same thing we're looking to do with COVID-19. We need to put things in place, and we know that when we do the best job that we can, there are still going to be instances where people get sick, and sadly, even people are going to die. But we all agree that we wouldn't send kids to school if they had to cross the freeway, right? And so when we shut down schools when we did, it was because it was equivalent to having children crossing the freeway, because that's how many people would have contracted disease and took it home to their parents or grandparents. So we're taking all the steps possible. I know we're buying PPEs. We're getting new directions from the state. We know about the social distancing and wearing the mask. So in the end, in a few months from now, or whenever we get the word, we'll slowly but surely begin to open the schools, but in a safe manner. And I just want to commend the district staff, the parents, the community for all being patient and all of us communicating and working together to make this work in the best way possible. And when I look at surrounding districts where I've heard that some districts are demanding that the students sign in within the first 20 minutes of school or they're counted as absence, to me, that doesn't take any account of the fact that a lot of parents are forced to go to work now, so they can't be home. So I don't know how you would hold a parent responsible for that. We're not forcing people to do video if they choose not to do video. We're giving out devices. I looked at the district's website today, and it popped up for technical support came up. We're ordering the PPE. The direction today is we will look at bringing staff back to sites, teachers back to site, and at some point opening. But we're taking stock of when the PPEs are going to be here, and we won't take those actions until we know everything is in place to open safely. So in the end, I just want to thank everybody for working together, and I want to encourage you to continue the communication. And if you can't get to your supervisor or parents, if you can't get through to your principal, the last resort is you can call your board members. Dr. Hill is your nicest one, so call her first, but you could call me too. My phone number is 909-800-0318. That's my cell phone, 909-800-0318. I don't like taking the calls, but that's the role that we play. In the end, when all this fails, you give us a call, and then we go to Dr. Volkemer, and he makes sure that the problem gets solved. So with that, I hope that gave us a little bit of inspiration, just knowing that we're all in it together. Thank you very much. You're on mute, Madam President.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. We appreciate your inspiration. And I'll say, I hope we're all nice.
We are. And Mrs. Rogers is the second nicest, so you can call her too.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to go to 2.1. We're real excited about this report. As we said, we know that we have been in a distance type of environment, but we have regrouped on a lot of things, and we have said certainly to our parents, our parent groups, our leadership groups, that we want to hear from them. And so we have another one of our groups here, advisory councils with us. We're so excited. I believe it's Liliana. I can't see her on the screen, but I saw earlier. We're going to have translation so that you know it will be a translation taking place simultaneously, I believe. And so we're going to hear from our community advisory committee, which I know is near and dear to Miss Abigail Medina, Miss Rosales Medina's heart. And we've come a long way with this advisory group, and we're so proud to have them presenting to us tonight. So without further ado, take it away. Is she on? She connected?
Yeah.
And make sure, okay, there she is. Hello, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes, bienvenidas. Welcome.
Okay. Buenas tardes, Dr. Welcomer.
Good evening, Dr. Welcomer. Members of the board.
Y a todas las personas presentes. Mi nombre es
And everyone.
Venezuela. Estoy aquí como representante del Comité Asesor de la Comunidad para compartir con ustedes el siguiente reporte.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Lily Valenzuela, and I am here to give the report for the Community Advisory Committee, the CAC.
Ok. El Comité Asesor de la Comunidad tiene como mesa directiva a Liliana Valenzuela, su servidora, como presidenta, Erika Delgado de Ramos como vicepresidenta, Esperanza Lomelí como secretaria y la señora Liliana Ulmer como parlamentaria y enlace de la comunidad.
As chairperson, it is me, Lily Valenzuela. As vice chair, Erika Delgado, secretary, Esperanza Lomelí, and community liaison and parliamentarian, Ms. Lillian Omar.
Ok. Al inicio de tomar nuestra posición como oficiales del Comité Asesor de la Comunidad,
When we took at the beginning of taking our position as officers in the Community Advisory Committee,
decidimos trabajar en el involucramiento de los padres ya que es de suma importancia.
we decided to take the position of helping out in the parent involvement because it is of great importance.
De tal manera que se dieron reuniones en diferentes escuelas con la finalidad de integrar e informar a nuevos padres sobre el comité.
In such a way that meetings were held in different schools in order to integrate and inform new parents about the committee and in turn make our purpose known.
Y a su vez se diera a conocer nuestro propósito.
And to make our purpose known.
Número 1, alentar la participación de los padres y comunidad en el desarrollo, revisión e implementación del plan local CELPA.
Number 1 is to encourage parents and the community participation in the development, review, and implementation of the local SELPA plan.
Okay, número 2, revisar eventos en el nombre de personas con necesidades excepcionales.
Number 2, hold events on behalf of people with exceptional needs.
Número 3, ayudar a los padres a conocer la importancia de la asistencia regular a la escuela.
Number 3, help parents to know the importance of regular school attendance.
Número 4, proporcionar la oportunidad de compartir recursos y apoyo.
Number 4, provide families the opportunity to share resources and support.
Okay, seguimos con la siguiente slide. Como comité hemos estado involucrados en reuniones de nuestro distrito, tales como DILAC, ELCAP y DAC, entre otras actividades.
As a committee, we've been involved in our district meetings such as DLAC, LCAP, SSC, DAC, among other activities.
Agradecemos a los siguientes directores que nos abrieron las puertas de sus escuelas para estar con nuestra mesa de recursos en sus eventos.
We thank the following principals who opened the doors of their schools to be with our resource tables at their events.
Fue de gran apoyo poder llegar con información a nuevos padres.
It was very supportive to be able to reach new parents.
Okay. Doy gracias al principal Bernardo Valenzuela en Arroyo Valley High School.
I thank the principal in Arroyo Valley High School, Bernardo Valenzuela.
María Jauregui en Martin Luther King Middle School.
María Holly and Martin Luther King Middle School.
Okay. Sigue David Juárez, principal en Ramón Alessandro Elementary.
And also Mr. Juarez, the principal at Ramon Alessandro Elementary.
Principal Sargent de Newmark Elementary.
Mr. Kimber Sargent from Newmark Elementary.
También quiero dar gracias a Celina Osaeta, trabajadora de Relaciones Comunitarias del Centro de Involucramiento de Padres, por su colaboración y apoyo en todas estas actividades.
I also want to thank Selena Oseada, Community Relations Worker at the Parent Involvement Center, for the collaboration and support in all of these activities.
De igual manera a todos los padres voluntarios.
As well as all the volunteer parents.
Y miembros de CAC.
And members of the CAC.
Sabemos que a pasos firmes y con gran positivismo, los cambios se han reflejado de mano de nuestras directoras del Departamento de Educación Especial, Joana Landi, y su asistente, la señora Nereida Gutiérrez.
We know that with firm steps and with great positivity, the changes have been reflected by the hand of our director of the Special Education Department, Joana Landi, and her assistant, Nereida Gutiérrez.
Se brindó el apoyo y la disponibilidad para construir un excelente recurso como fuente de comunicación entre los padres llamado Café con los Directores, Foro Abierto.
Support and availability were provided to build an excellent resource as a communication bridge between parents called the Coffee with the Principal as an open forum.
Nos sentimos muy orgullosos del incremento de padres en dichas reuniones, ya que se les está atendiendo efectivamente y se les dio el apoyo necesario y seguimiento a la situación que su estudiante estaba enfrentando.
We're very proud of the increase in the parents in these meetings since they're being effectively attended to and given the necessary support and follow-up to the situation that their student is facing.
A petición de padres, se dio apertura a los estatutos con el propósito de revisarlos y actualizarlos.
At the request of the parents, the bylaws were opened with the purpose of reviewing and updating them.
Le dieron varias reuniones para esto, de las cuales se detalló un borrador que aún está por ser aprobado.
Several meetings were held for this, of which a draft was detailed but has yet to be approved.
Pero al día de hoy estamos enfocados en nuestra atención y prioridad a lo siguiente.
Today, we are focusing our attention and priority on the following.
Capacitar a los padres, que es de suma importancia, y actualizar toda información en IEPs.
Training parents, which is very important, and updating all information on IEPs.
En este nuevo aprendizaje a distancia.
In this new distance learning.
Como parte de este enfoque por la recomendación del comité y apoyando las necesidades de nuestros padres, este mes se dará inicio a talleres informativos bajo el Departamento de Educación Especial.
As part of this approach by committee, recommendation, and to support the needs of our parents this month, informational workshops will be started under the Special Education Department.
El apoyo informativo y emocional a los padres es sumamente importante. Ese fue el propósito de las reuniones bajo el grupo de apoyo Together for Them.
Informational and emotional support to parents is extremely important. That was the purpose of the meetings under the support group Together for Them.
Nuestra misión fue orientar a padres para que pudieran afrontar con mayor confianza y preparación situaciones en su desempeño de crianza de un hijo con necesidades especiales.
Our mission was to guide parents so that they could face with greater confidence and preparation situations in their performance of raising a child with special needs.
En esta ocasión quisiera dar las gracias al personal de los centros de involucramiento familiar por el apoyo brindado al inicio de este proyecto.
I would like to thank the Family Engagement Centers for the support provided in this project.
Okay. Cabe resaltar que como comité y en compañía de miembros tuvimos la oportunidad de asistir a conferencias informativas como TACA, en Costa Mesa, CABE, en Riverside.
It should also be noted that as a committee and in the company of members, we had the opportunity to attend informative conferences such as TACA, the Autism Community in Action, and in Costa Mesa, CABE, California Association for Bilingual Education in Riverside.
En mi desempeño como presidente de CAC, se me extendió la invitación por parte de la Sociedad de Autismo para ser parte de clase, la colaboración de liderazgo, abogacía, servicio y educación en Corona.
In my performance as CAC president, I was extended an invitation by the Autism Society to be part of CLASE, which is a collaboration, leadership, advocacy service, and education in Corona.
Como resultado de ir a esos eventos, dimos la sugerencia de tener nuestra conferencia cerca de casa para nuestra comunidad.
As a result of going to these events, I suggested having our conferences close to home for our community.
Gracias a varias reuniones y a la disposición del asambleísta Eloís Reyes y de nuestro distrito, por primera vez se realizó una conferencia informativa y de recursos en San Bernardino Valley College. La conferencia fue un éxito y nuestra comunidad espera que eso se repita muy pronto de manera que sea posible.
Thanks to several meetings and the willingness of Assemblywoman Luis Reyes and our district, an informational and resource conference was held for the first time in San Bernardino Valley College. The conference was a success, and our community hopes that this will be repeated very soon in any way possible.
Hoy en día, como todos estamos enterados de esta nueva normalidad con la aparición de COVID-19, a mediados de marzo, muchos relojes fueron detenidos, al igual que servicios en nuestros estudiantes.
Today, as we all aware of this new normal, with the appearance of mid-March, many clocks were stopped, as well as services for our students.
Esta nueva modalidad de aprendizaje solo ha reflejado que nuestra comunidad de estudiantes con necesidades especiales ha sido la más afectada.
This new mode of learning has only reflected that our community of students with special needs has been the most affected.
La falta de servicios en el hogar ha hecho el aprendizaje aún más difícil. Los padres están solicitando todo el soporte por parte del Departamento de Educación Especial para sobrellevar este aprendizaje a distancia.
The lack of services at home has made learning even more difficult. Parents are requesting all the support from the Special Education Department to cope with this new distance learning.
Invitamos a los padres que soliciten reuniones de AIP en equipo con sus maestros para actualizar sus metas y determinen qué materiales de apoyo necesitará el estudiante en casa basado en sus necesidades actuales.
We invite parents to request IEP team meetings with their teachers to update their goals and determine what support materials the student will need at home based on their current needs.
Sé que el Departamento de Educación Especial tendrá que dar todo el esfuerzo para cubrir al máximo las necesidades de cada estudiante de la manera que les sea posible. El acceso a la tecnología ha sido de ayuda, pero también en ocasiones un reto para los padres.
I know that the Special Education Department will make every effort to fully meet the needs of each student in any way possible. Access to technology has been helpful, but also challenging for parents at this time.
El ingresar a clases o entender el funcionamiento ha sido un proceso total de adaptación, ya que la falta de personal bilingüe para facilitar el ingreso a clase no ayuda a esta situación.
Entering classes or understanding how it works has been a total adaptation process since the lack of bilingual staff to facilitate class entry does not help in this situation.
Como comité hemos llegado al mismo entendimiento que en estos momentos la prioridad totalmente es la salud de nuestros hijos y la capacitación de nuestros padres.
As a committee, we reached the same understanding that at this time, the priority is totally to the health of our children and the training of our parents.
Por tal razón, invitamos a nuestra comunidad a que asistan a los talleres que empezarán este 10 de septiembre y sobre todo que sigan activos en su involucramiento.
We invite our community to attend the workshops that will begin this September 10th and above all to remain active in their involvement. As parents, we want as their involvement.
Como padres queremos resultados concretos, disposición por parte de nuestro distrito, mayor empatía y profesionalismo por el beneficio de nuestros estudiantes.
As parents, we want concrete results, willingness on the part of the district, greater empathy and professionalism for the benefit of our students.
Todos queremos que nuestros hijos tengan una educación avanzada y que en un futuro puedan realizarse con éxito.
We all want our children to have an advanced education and that in the future they can be successful.
Les agradezco este espacio y esperamos en conjunto de nuestra comunidad ver resultados pronto.
I thank you for the time and we hope as a community to be able to see results soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Again,
Muchísimas gracias, señora Valenzuela.
we appreciate your update. I'm sure that the district also is taking notes to those needs of our parents. And for you coming tonight, sharing is most important to us. So thank you again.
Apreciamos todo lo que ha hecho por nosotros y por la oportunidad que nos dio de poder escuchar lo que nos tiene que decir. Gracias y por la oportunidad, lo apreciamos mucho.
And I do have, there's a board member that has a comment, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Nomás quería decirle muchas gracias por su presentación, que es muy necesario. La verdad, es uno de los más preocupantes que hemos tenido sobre la educación especial y qué es lo que están pasando los padres. I'll say it in Spanish in a bit. Nomás quería saber, I'm sorry, in English. Nomás lo que quería preguntarle, ¿qué has visto que podemos hacer ahorita nosotros como mesa directiva y distrito que puede ayudar a ustedes como los padres y los estudiantes con necesidades diferentes ahorita? ¿Qué has visto qué tipo de recursos se ha necesitado que ocupamos traer desde ahorita?
Pues ahorita, como lo repetí varias veces, invitar a los padres que abran su IP y que lo actualicen y que basado en lo que ahorita son las necesidades de los estudiantes, pidan material para trabajar en casa. O sea, necesitamos materiales porque la escuela está en casa.
A ver, permítame, porque se me olvidó decirlo en inglés. I just was asking Ileana that what are the resources right now the district, I know that, you know, with special education being one of those areas where they need a lot of support in, and this is not just our district, it's throughout the state and throughout the nation. But I was asking her as a parent and with her students, what are the necessities, what are the things that she sees that they need now that maybe we can help support? And her response was so far is really having parents get involved with their IEPs. And I'm going to let her finish so that way it can be translated. Perdón, nomás te quería decirlo en inglés, pero usted estaba diciendo que ocupabas que los padres que se involucraran en su IEP de los estudiantes, de sus hijos, y perdón, la corté.
No, disculpa. Porque pues todo cambió, las necesidades son otras, los comportamientos son otros, han desarrollado otras habilidades en casa, totalmente es una de las formas en que podemos determinar qué es lo que necesitan hoy. Muchos necesitan ayuda emocional, muchos necesitan tener más interacción con los maestros, no combinar lo que es un video y maestro, necesitan más actividades motivadoras, no nada más una clase de horario restringido, pero necesitan interactuar, que se les haga menos duro estar enfrente de una pantalla. Tengo 3 hijos con IEP, uno de secundaria y 2 de middle school, de elementary, diferentes comportamientos, diferentes situaciones, y me he dado cuenta que el estar enfrente de una laptop, una iPad, es muy pesado para ellos. Sí. Emocionalmente es duro para ellos estar sentados par de horas.
Permíteme un momentito, Lily, voy a intentarlo en inglés.
Okay.
So what I've noticed as a parent is that things have changed. They've changed a lot. We've had drastic changes. We've even had changes that are so completely different from even the atmosphere at school that the children had. I think that one of the biggest things that would possibly would help greatly is interaction, not just like sitting in front of a screen for a couple of hours or a certain amount of times during the day or however, but just real creative interaction. I think that the students need to feel involved, to feel like they are a part of something. They're actively doing something, some type of activity where they're moving. They're not just sitting in front of a screen for a couple of hours a day. I have 3 different students with IEPs, and I believe that it is so important to deal with each and every individual according to their needs, and it has been very difficult because a lot of screen time, not really a lot of interaction and activity, and I believe that interaction and activity will be something that will definitely change it.
That's great. That's great.
Señora Medina, pues, disculpa, son muchos puntos. Por ejemplo, serían más accesibilidad personal bilingüe, ya que los padres son los que ahora tienen que ingresar a los dispositivos, a las clases, y se les complica cuando no tienen ese apoyo del idioma.
So more access to bilingual staff, because one of the biggest concerns with the parents is that they their language is Spanish, and so it's difficult for them to help and assist the student because there's that language barrier. So if they had assistance or support from bilingual staff, it would make it a little easier for the parents to assist and to help the student.
Tengo la fortuna que en una clase de mi hijo sí tengo ese apoyo, pero no en todas las clases. Otra de las situaciones de que todos los maestros deben estar informados si cada estudiante tiene alguna ayuda aparte, si tiene RSP, tienen 504, si tiene una IP. Hay maestros que desconocen eso de un estudiante.
Another thing that I believe that the bilingual assistance would be extremely helpful, but I also believe that it's very important that the teacher knows their students. We have some teachers that don't even know what the specifications are for the student that they have this year in their IEP and what exactly it entails, the details within it. You know, they don't know if the student might need a little more of one thing or a little more of another. And so I believe that it's also very, very important that the teachers kind of already begin to know and understand what each individual student's needs are.
Okay, thank you. And I think we also have another question.
Gracias.
Mr.
Tenemos otra
Gallo?
pregunta.
Yes, Liana, thank you for your report, committee report. Could you tell me how many parents are actually participating in the various workshops and committee meetings that you have?
Buenas tardes y gracias, señora Lili. ¿Me podría decir cuáles son los talleres y las juntas que tienen para la mesa directiva de SAC?
Disculpa, no entendí la pregunta. ¿Cuáles son o cuántos son?
How many or what kind
many?
or how many?
Yeah, how many?
¿Cuántas?
Yes.
Ahorita tengo entendido que tenemos 7 reuniones de CAC. No están programadas muy bien. Estamos esperando una capacitación para esta nueva plataforma. Y de talleres a la cantidad, si no estoy equivocada, son 7 talleres, también de la misma cantidad.
So as of right now, we have 7 CAC meetings and we have 7 workshops.
And how many parents are participating?
¿Cuántos padres están participando?
Anteriormente, antes de esto de la plataforma, estaban de máximo 50 padres y el mínimo más 20, 22 padres.
So before, we had a maximum of about 50 parents, minimum of about 20, 22, 23.
And that's before COVID, you're saying?
Antes del COVID?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Have we found that parents are still able to participate even on the online, distance learning through Zoom or whatever?
¿Han visto que hay participantes de padres de acuerdo a las juntas de Zoom?
Hasta ahorita no hemos tenido ninguna reunión. El primer taller va a ser el 10 de septiembre y sí considero que va a ser un poco controversia porque muchos padres no tienen una facilidad de acceso a Zoom. No están actualizados en esta plataforma.
As of right now, we haven't had any workshops just yet or meetings, but our first meeting is going to be September 10th. However, I do expect a little bit of controversy because we have still quite a few parents that either don't understand or it's still something of a learning process for them to do Zoom meetings.
Well, let us know what we can do to help. And, we'd love to see as many parents be able to participate as they can. And I want to thank you very much for your efforts.
Por favor, háganos saber en qué le podamos ayudar o en lo que sea que le podamos ayudar. Queremos darle muchísimas gracias por su apoyo y por el trabajo que está haciendo.
Gracias a ustedes. Buenas tardes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
And we have another question, a clarifying question from Dr. Flores.
Buenas tardes, señora Valenzuela. Quería clarificar, cuando estaba hablando de los IEPs, es que está pidiendo que los modifican según la necesidad de cada alumno. ¿Es lo que están pidiendo los padres?
So just in clarifications, just in clarifications to the IEPs you were requesting, you want them to be a little bit more modified so that the parents can understand them?
No, so that the parents can, so that they are tailored to the student's needs. Según las necesidades de los niños, los IEPs, ¿es lo que está pidiendo, señora?
Que cada padre se tome la responsabilidad y el trabajo de actualizar el IEP de su hijo, ya que ha cambiado todo totalmente.
Okay.
otras.
Are you going to translate?
Yeah, because can we get just the flow of the translation so we can also keep up?
Yeah.
So, okay, so go ahead and translate what Ms. Valenzuela said for us, please.
Lily, por favor, repítelo porque se me estaba quebrando el internet. I'm asking her to repeat it. My internet was coming in and out.
Okay.
Ok, otra vez. Bueno, yo como madre, ¿verdad? Que tengo 3 hijos con IEP, lo voy a poner así como ejemplo. Tengo que abrir estos IEPs y ver qué nuevas metas tengo que renovar metas, porque es un ambiente totalmente diferente. Los niños han cambiado emocionalmente, todo ha cambiado para ellos. Vamos a ver qué habilidades desarrollaron en casa. Eso es lo que yo estoy pidiendo, que abran esos IP y los padres se responsabilicen de eso, porque son los únicos que pueden determinar qué es lo que necesitan sus hijos en casa, de conjunto con los maestros.
So what I'm asking for the parents to do is to take a look at the IEP and then talk to the parents and talk to the teachers and get together with the staff and let them know, because what we are seeing, as well as everything else that's happening because the kids are at home now, is that a lot of things are changing. And so maybe we're seeing things that the kids maybe weren't able to do before, but now we're able to get them to do at home, or they're, growing and changing as they're going. So if there's any way that we can sit down with the staff so that we can modify this in a way that it better helps every individual student, because there have been changes since the COVID, and because they're home, it's a little bit different. So if we can sit together and try to modify IEPs, that would help a lot.
Ok, muchas gracias y gracias por todo el trabajo y su liderazgo, señora Valenzuela.
Thank you for all your work and for your leadership.
All right, excellent. Thank you again for coming tonight. As we said, right now, our parents are so important that we hear from you. We know we're having our virtual meetings and all of those meetings, but you're the voice of your particular groups. And so we look forward to the continuous cycle from hearing from all of our advisory committees. So thank you again.
Muchísimas gracias. Sabemos que ustedes son una parte muy importante y tenemos todos nuestros comités. Estamos muy interesados en saber y conseguir toda la información de todo lo que está pasando en cada uno de los comités. Apreciamos mucho todo su arduo trabajo y muchísimas gracias una vez más.
Thank you. Have a great night. All right, board, we will move to 2.2, the resolution in recognition of 16 de septiembre. And I am going to ask Dr. Flores, I saw you smile at my...
You did great.
Will you go ahead and read that for us, please?
Yes, resolution in recognition of 16 de septiembre. See, you did it great. Whereas the 16th of September is an important date in the history of Mexico that marks the anniversary of the issuance of a Grito of Dolores, in which Father Miguel Hidalgo defied Spain and called for freedom and justice for the common man, and I would say woman. And whereas this date of historic significance for Mexican people and others of Latino American ancestry is celebrated by many members of this community, including students in the San Bernardino City Unified School District. And therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District duly notes the celebration of 16 de septiembre on September 16th, 2020, and directs appropriate activities for its observance to take place in district schools.
Second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. All right, Mr. Gallo? Okay, thank you. I saw him. He's on mute. Mr. Tillman? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Okay.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried, thank you. And 2.3, resolution in recognition of Native American Day. Dr. Hill, can you read that for us, please? You're muted as well.
Okay, not anymore. Okay. Whereas the Southern California region was home to many generations of Native peoples and distinct cultures and traditions that bound them to the earth and its inhabitants. And whereas September 24, 2020 is Native American Day, a day celebrated in California for many years by its 107 federally recognized Indian tribes. And whereas educational leaders throughout the region are encouraged to involve themselves and their schools in a statewide focus on improving the education provided to our children about the local indigenous tribes of Southern California. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District duly notes the celebration of Native American Day on September 24, 2020, and encourages all educators to commemorate this day with appropriate instructional activities.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second, and we will take a vote. No discussion. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 2.4, resolution in support of California High School Voters Education Week. I would love to read it, and all of us probably would, but I'm going to ask Dr. Wyatt if you would read that for us.
Absolutely, Madam President. Thank you. Whereas the right to vote is a fundamental underpinning of democracy, one that must be personally cherished, practiced, and championed as a civic duty, and whereas young people play a critical role in our democracy by helping to choose the people who will lead us and by voicing their opinions on issues that are more important to them, and whereas California has an online tool that allows eligible 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register to vote and then automatically become active voters once they turn 18. And by reaching out early and often to students, we can help them develop a strong and lasting appreciation for the value of voting. And whereas California Education Code designates the last 2 full weeks in April and September to be high school voter education weeks. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares September 21st through 30th, 2020 and April 19th through 30th, 2021 as high school voter education weeks, and encourages district schools to participate in activities that help register and pre-register eligible students to vote, while encouraging others to become informed citizens committed to being active voters once they reach voting age.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved in second. I don't see any discussion. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores. She there? Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
And I think she joined back in. And
Yes.
did you hear me, Dr. Dr.
No,
Flores?
I didn't. Aye. Sorry.
Okay, all
I
right.
got disconnected.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you so much. What an important resolution. We're proud of all of them. All right, 3.1. Are there any closed session? Oh, I'm seeing a shaking. No, Dr. Okay. If not, we are going to adjourn to our closed session. So to our viewing audience, we will be back as quick as possible. Thank you so much for being here tonight. So board, let's close out and go into our closed session. We're coming back. See enough faces, I think, to move forward with our board meeting. All right. So I'm going to read item 3.3, approval of settlement agreement. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the settlement agreement in the amount of $17,768 with Erickson Hall Construction Company to resolve a dispute with that company related to the termination of its agreement to perform preliminary services and construction services for the Pacific High School Career Technical Education Building and Phase 1 Modernization Project.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second. Any discussion? Not, we will take the vote. Mr. Gallo?
I'm sorry. Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores? Make it back yet. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Salas Medina?
Aye.
And Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Moving to 4.1, HR Classified 2021.
We're going to bring that back, President Rogers.
Okay.
We can pull that.
We're pulling that off the agenda.
4.27.
And moving to 4.2, Director of Enrollment and Placement Services.
We're pulling that as well.
That was pulled as well.
All right, we are moving that off the agenda as well. And we are now at 5.1, public hearing, 5.0, 5.1, learning continuity and attendance plan for 2020-2021. Item 5.1, the public hearing is now open. I am banging my infamous gavel. Are there any public comments?
No, President Rogers, there's not.
There's none. Okay, so board, there will not be a vote on this item until September the 15th board meeting. All right, public hearing is closed. Moving to 6.1, public comments. Are there public comments? Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, ma'am, there are.
All right, we are ready for you.
Okay, here goes. My name is Anthony Leonardi. And as you may recall, I am a California resident currently in medical school, educated at Johns Hopkins 2009-2012, and did my PhD work at the National Cancer Institute on T cell function, dysfunction, and immunity. I am indebted to SBCUSD and am proud to be a Californian. You have done well to protect children, families, and teachers in our beautiful valley. You gave audience when I said the virus spread through air, damaged hearts, lungs, and nerves, and that a vaccine would come. Indeed, shortly after the board's meeting, Israel suffered great casualties in life and disability from opening their schools. We are a community that will rise to meet any challenge for the sake of our youth and their parents, caretakers, grandparents, and educators. I cannot tell you the pride I felt when I heard that we gave our children daily meals, Chromebooks for virtual learning, and paid for internet at home. We are in the home stretch to a vaccine. In fact, the vaccine at Moderna was shown to create an equal immune response in elderly people as it did in young people, and the results look very good. Also, the virus was shown to be growing in children's hearts that passed away and able to grow in a dish with only heart muscle and nutrients, meaning it infects the heart directly. As you may know, this heart inflammation has cut some athletes' careers short. Unfortunately, children have been seen to also suffer the chronic symptoms of COVID like adults, with 10% still having symptoms past 17 days. Also, children were found to carry as much and sometimes 10 times more virus than adults, and adults were shown to be reinfected, with the second time being much worse. The virus is cruel in this regard. It distorts the immune system when it infects, harming long-term immunity and leaving them open to reinfection, which is something that, in my opinion, the vaccine will prevent. We also saw scientists agree it is spread in the air. In my time at Johns Hopkins, we closely looked at HVAC systems and their designs in the spread of harmful viruses in biodefense class, and I can tell you it is not safe to be in a room, let alone a building with an infected person or where they have been. I implore you to please wait for the vaccine that is likely coming late fall before implementing an indoor presence and teaching. Let's continue to support children and adults with our foresightful investment in virtual learning and daily meals, and let us learn from the mistakes of countries that open classrooms in haste and have experienced loss for it. And it says you can please contact me with any questions, and he gives a number and I email, so I can give that to you if you want.
And Ms. Cunningham, I'm going to pause you for one moment. My screen refreshed, so now I can read my statement.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Just
Go ahead.
pause for one moment. Okay, public comment is a time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district's, comments on program services of operation of the district, or fiscal matters of the district. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. Pursuant to the provisions of the governor's executive order N2920 dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act are suspended, with the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building. Members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting via email until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district's website and Facebook. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. All comments on one subject matter are limited to a total of 30 minutes. Comments will be read by a facilitator. The board requests that any person wishing to make complaints against district employees is asked to file the appropriate complaint form prior to this meeting. Speakers are cautious that under California law, no person is immune from liability from making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, so to continue, my next one is from a district employee. Good evening, Cabinet Board members and all who are watching. I would just like to take a couple minutes to say to all of my fellow cafeteria workers, serving kitchen operators, senior cafeteria workers, and cafeteria managers that we are all awesome, essential workers. We don't get enough recognition, but I'm here to toot our own horns. We are there making hundreds of grab and goes at our sites to help feed our students. We put our lives on the line by working around others, which is sometimes hard to stay 6 feet away from our coworkers, but we are there for our students, knowing that we are feeding these children and putting a meal in their bellies, which for some, these will be their only meals, and that keeps us motivated to keep making hundreds of bags just for them. I'm hopeful that someday soon we will all be back at our own sites, feeding our students and getting back to some type of normalcy. We are all essential. We are all awesome. So pat yourselves on the back, cafeteria workers, serving kitchen operators, senior cafeteria workers, and cafeteria managers. We rock. SBCUSD Nutrition Services workers are the best in the state. Thank you, CSEA Chapter 183, and thank you, board members. Have a good evening. The next one is from a district employee. Given that the district budget will be impacted for the next several years, will the board be considering an early retirement incentive for the next school year so additional newer teachers can be hired? From Vanessa Ruiz, parent, I'd like for my daughter to be able to attend golf on the course with her team. Another one from Melinda Barajas, parent. My son really loves his CAPS golf with Coach Larry and Coach Dom. Keeping these kids engaged with mental sports and around peers is crucial as long as it is safely done. They really care about the kids and will only engage if it's in a safe manner. If they have a plan to get these kids practicing golf on the green, I am all for it. Next one is from Araceli Macedonia. And here we go. Subject is the golf course. If they should allow the children to meet up on the golf course so they can get out of the house and clear their minds a bit, surely following the safety rules. This one's from a teacher. I am a teacher in the district and would like to commend my fellow educators for going above and beyond for their students. The educators of SBCUSD are doing what it takes to make sure their students have a high quality education in these stressful times. With that being said, we need the grace that has been thrown around for everyone but the educators. We are getting slammed with multiple page lesson plans, over 10 pages, that are due every week, new attendance procedures that are ridiculous for secondary, who have over 200 students each, being evaluated during distance learning, creating our own curriculum because the digital versions of the textbook don't work most of the time, all while learning to do this on a new platform. Now we are told we have to do some new program for gap learning. I do not even want to think about when we have to go to the hybrid model. This will be a whole other way we will have to learn how to teach and lesson plan. We cannot take much more. We are working well into the night, every night, and on weekends. And many of us have our own children at home who are also distance learning. Educators are having anxiety attacks, breakdowns, and being taken to the hospital for panic attacks. This is not right. We must do better for our educators. You must do better for our educators. Next one is from Michelle Aguirre, a parent. I understand that the students have to be online or submit work in order to be marked for the day, and schools have different policies. But what is the actual policy for the students logging on Google Meet and submitting the work? I got a call that my son was absent, and I'm looking at him that he is online and he is submitting the work. From Flora Silva, a parent. I agree 100% with distance learning because the surge for COVID-19 cases are still increasing. I don't want my children or other people's children in a classroom because COVID-19 puts their lives at risk. My daughter's teacher is so awesome because even after virtual teaching ends, he is willing to meet with the students to help them understand. As a parent, you have to help and be there to support your child because it's their education. From Sandy Camacho, a student. I would like to return back to school soon and do both school at home and go to school physically. From Carmela Lopez, a student. I was hoping that if we were willing to go to school soon, how soon will it be? I decided to ask that because honestly, this virus may last for a while because it is only the beginning of it. That's how I feel personally. With kids out of school, it is toxic because not every kid is on their computer every morning and not every kid is understanding the learning that we need. From Kendra Gaines, a parent. Hello, I have been having some serious issues with my son, whom is in the 2nd grade special ed, doing preschool work. I have requested he be placed back in the 1st grade, and I am getting the runaround. He missed all 1st grade because you guys keep messing up with his examples, letting him get out of the school into the street with an aide who bruised his shoulder, when she grabbed him, to leaving him unresponsive for 30 minutes after a seizure and not calling 911. Those are just 2 of several times you guys have dropped the ball, and I am going to have to get a lawyer if you guys don't pick it up. I feel like my child is being neglected because he is a Black male student. It is not fair and heartbreaking to see him get treated this way, so I will do whatever I have to do in order to stop this. At this moment, my main request is that he be placed back in the 1st grade where he has a better chance of catching up after being in the 2nd grade. And this is the 5th school because you guys keep switching him. Please help my child. From Eddie Granados, a student. Go back on campus. From Michaela Book, a student. Right now, I don't feel like it's the best thing to go to school. The cases of COVID just keep getting higher and higher, and I'm trying to protect my family. So my answer is no, I don't want to go back to school at this time. From Deanna Lavia, a parent. I just want the kids to be able to go back to school already. Online school is too stressful and they have no motivation for it. From Karina Dennis, a student. Students are more motivated to schoolwork when at school than at home. From Adele Van Loo Schumpert, a parent, please open for in-person classes. From Kayla Lopez, a student, I believe we are not ready to go back to school. Plus, I know, including myself, those who do not want to go back to school because of being afraid of COVID-19. From a student, I can't learn with distance learning. I had to ask my counselor to change my class to an easier class because I'm worried about my GPA going down. I need real school. From Daniel Ramos. It says it's a community member, but it says, I want to go back to normal school. So I believe it's a student. Jose Esparza, a student. I would like to go back to school because virtual learning is a very ineffective learning method for me. From Christina, a parent. I don't find this new attendance requirement as efficient for either parents, students, or staff. The fact that most of us parents work the hours that students are attending school prevents most of us from being able to have all the students' work completed by 3 p.m. as requested by my kindergartner's teacher. Students who have to be walked through every single step of their work should not be required to have a time limit of 3 p.m. as the assignment will be late. If the work is submitted late, the teacher will then have to go through and make a correction the next day for their asynchronous attendance. Isn't it better to just leave the end of the day as due date and time? Matthew Akala, a student, let us go back soon. From a parent, I would prefer my child to not return back to campus because I don't want her to get sick and risk her life and be around so many people. It is unsafe. From a parent, the school board needs to find a way to bring our students back safely the moment San Bernardino County is taken off the watch list. The teachers union is powerful in California, but they cannot dictate when we go back. Teaching is essential. It is essential our children return to in-person education. If Walmart has figured out a way to have people in stores safely, you can find a way to bring our children back safely. I am so worried and saddened that our children are not receiving the education they deserve. My husband and I work every day and our children are struggling with online learning on their own. Please make a plan to bring them back. We are begging you. Please help us teach our children. From Miguel Delatorre, a parent. As a parent at Del Vallejo, it has been brought to my attention that Savant Charter School will be moving into the classrooms provided to them by the SBCUSD board vote, and we parents at Del Vallejo have yet to be informed the reasons why our children were set aside for a charter school. Some of the parents have been submitting questions upon questions regarding your decision with no responses. According to the comments asked by the staff at Del Vallejo, it sounds like there were some laws violated when you made your decision. One being not informing all stakeholders, the parents of Del Vallejo students, we should have been brought to the table. Maybe it's time to start voting some of you out of office because apparently you forgot your job is to serve all the families in the district, especially those who are disproportionately disadvantaged. This is from a concerned taxpayer and voter. My comment is about Del Vallejo and Savant issue. I just learned that the private charter school is founded by a board member's daughter. This is called nepotism. To take away from our kids at Del Vallejo after experiencing such a harsh year is literally inhumane. The district sent grief counselors to the school for our kids when a teacher was violently killed this year. The district sent counselors to help kids deal emotionally when a staff member was arrested and incarcerated. Who will you send now? Our kids have suffered enough. You have failed our students, you have failed our school, and you have failed our community at a time when failure is not an option. You will continue their suffering, and we will remember that this time, and we will remember that this is the time to vote for success and not failure. This is from a parent. Why has Del Vallejo student safety been put aside for a charter school? Did the board tour the campus to see how taking an extra 6 classes would impact travel routes and the health and safety of the students? Fences will be put up next to the library where my student will be working. This does not create a safe place for either Del Vallejo or Savant students. It has been brought to my attention that the daughter of a board member is the owner of the charter school. I also saw comments in social media from Savant's principal that are hurtful to the teachers and students. Why is she allowed to comment about the hardworking teachers at Del Vallejo in an unprofessional way? I believe she said she was entitled to the whole school. That is hurtful to myself and the teachers at Del Vallejo. It is also my understanding that several board members are up for re-election and voted for Savant Charter School to be on Del Vallejo's campus without asking the teachers or the parents their thoughts. And that is it. We have some items that will come up at later agenda items.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cunningham. And again, Dr. Volkemer, I'm reminded again that we hear all of our comments, and this is again making us better, capturing those and reaching out to those parents that definitely need the support and the help. So thank you again. We're moving to 7.0, reports and comments by union organizations, starting with 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. I know that Ashley had to get off. Is she back in? She's having some technical problems.
She's not back on just yet. Oh, I see her now.
Miss Alcala, are you there? Let's look.
Nope, she just went back off.
Yeah, okay. If she's not, I can come back.
I'm going to text her, President Rogers.
It's a closed caption problem or something she said she was having. So in the meantime, is there a representative, Ms. Cunningham, from California, 7.2 California School Employees Association?
I'm not sure. I didn't hear from anybody.
And I do see her. It looks like she popped back in. No?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, all right. We'll go back to 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Welcome, Ms. Alcala.
Good evening, President Rogers, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Vitas Alcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association. And tonight I speak to you on behalf of our 3,000 members of SBTA. So we've now entered the 5th week of school, and I think the newness of the year is starting to wear off. Our members are continuing to work tirelessly beyond their contracted hours to prepare lessons, support our parents with technology and other issues, provide synchronous and asynchronous instruction and support to their students. The distance learning environment is challenging us in ways that we do not normally experience when we are physically in school buildings. Our members are balancing many different roles in this current state, and it is very important to remember that we need flexibility and grace in order to weather through this pandemic together. As I mentioned at your last meeting, SBTA continues to work through the implementation of the SB 98 required attendance documentation with our cabinet. As of now, we have to track each student's daily engagement and certify that we provide the minimum number of instructional minutes, which as of today are now subject to audit. This last-minute guidance provided last week by the state is causing our members increased stress and anxiety in already challenging working conditions. It is unfortunate that our district-adopted platform, ARIES, has not integrated these requirements already in order to make this transition smoother. Imagine being a high school teacher with more than 200 students and having to go back every day to mark which students completed their asynchronous work. We are aware that ARIES is making changes, but it's frustrating this was not done prior to having to roll it out to our teachers. We still need your advocacy with our state leaders to let them know that this is currently causing more stress and time for teachers to complete. Attendance should not take more time than it would take to conduct if we were physically in school. And I see that Mr. Tillman has a comment.
Mr. Tillman? Did you just
I was gonna wait until Ashley finished, but I do think that in terms of the new guidance from the state in terms of attendance, I agree that it has to be reasonable. And at some point, maybe we can discuss, because people get so concerned when they said an audit, but what would be the consequences of the audit? Because to me, I don't understand why something would change until we were able to implement it in a smooth way.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Vitasacala, you can go ahead and complete.
Sorry.
No worries.
Another issue that I would like to bring to your attention tonight is going to be presented during the 2020-2021 school year update. and that's the matter of allowing our teachers to have access to their classrooms to teach during distance learning. SBTA did conduct a survey of our membership, and we had about 2/3 of the unit respond, and approximately 23% stated that they would like the option of teaching from their classroom. We want to acknowledge that we have members who like that option to be in their rooms delivering instruction while we're still virtual with students. But we also want to ensure that safety continues to be the first priority when bringing any staff back to campus. At this time, the district has only allowed our employees limited access to our sites, and in order to expand this access, we need systems in place that ensure safety, including a robust contact tracing program, daily health checks, and other facilities improvements that are currently underway. Once these systems are established and these safety improvements are in place, we will continue to work with the district to make this option available to our members, as we know that our teachers want access to all of the manipulatives and things in their classrooms that they use on a daily basis when we're physically together. And we want to work to provide them that access when it is safe to do so. So I thank you for your time tonight and your consideration.
Thank you so much. And before you leave, Dr. Flores, did you have something you wanted to get clarity on or comment on?
Yes, I wanted to just comment on follow up what Mr. Tillman said, and that was related to, having and also what Ms. Alcala said in terms of teachers taking more than the time that they prepare lessons to just, mark to make sure that their students are doing asynchronous and synchronous learning. And, high school teachers have tons of students. And if it's taking longer, I would like to ask Dr. Volkemer, to speed up the, whatever Aries is supposed to do, because it's not it's not right to require, our teachers to do way and above more than, they should be focused on teaching, not taking attendance and so forth, and dealing with our students' needs, and not having to do that. And then secondly, in terms of, I know that some teachers want to go back, but if we are not prepared, if our buildings are not prepared to provide them safety, and I know that our buildings have been closed, the ventilation systems have not been on, our water has not been on. Our water, I know that when water is not running, there's diseases that can be in the water because they begin to flow, Legionnaire's disease, all kinds of things that we're not aware of. And I just am really leery of putting anybody, our kids, our employees, in harm's way. And I just want to make that clear. I know that they want to go back, which is, everybody does. This is serious, you guys. This is serious. This is life or death. And we have to, be mindful of protecting everyone from any kind of exposure. So those are just my words of caution. And so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Forrest. I couldn't agree with you more. Safety will remain number one. Dr. Volkemer, before I ask Mr. Tillman to come in, the referencing to Aries, are we going to have some form of update, or is there some information as to where we are with that? Or is that later on in tonight, or is it something you can speak to?
It's not part of our presentation this evening, okay, but we'd be happy to give you follow-up information. Yeah. We are working directly with Ashley and SBTA to say, how can we meet the requirements that we have to abide by and still make this livable for our teaching staff? We know it's a heavy lift, okay, because of the different types of data they're trying to gather, and we're looking for some technological help as well in terms of making that simpler. We have made some adjustments already. I'm looking at Dr. Rodriguez, she's shaking her head. We've made some adjustments. We're going to continue to monitor, review the processes, and do everything we can to, again, live with the requirements that we have, as well as make it livable for our teachers.
Thank you so much.
We'll get you some more information.
Thank you. And Dr. Rodriguez, did you want to add anything? I did see you agreeing to that, but we just want to give some assurance on this because we haven't talked much about it, but we're hearing it.
Absolutely. We know that this whole attendance has been an issue from the very, very beginning. And so as the state changes their requirements, you know, we're asked to adjust our expectation in our deployment of that. We have worked with SBTA collaboratively. You know, Ashley has been a wonderful partner for us. As we have developed the forms, she's been part of that conversation. And so it's important to hear that voice. After the state came out with the form that we're using, Aries came out subsequently after that to say that they are working on creating a system to take attendance that meets the state requirement. So we did go to that training last week. We will implement that as soon as it is up and ready, but until that time, we needed to follow the state requirement. In regard to Mr. Tillman and, you know, what would happen if we didn't follow it, you know, what happens in the audit, you know, I don't know. I'll have to find out and ask and get that information back to you as far as what would be the consequence for not following that. But you know, we're doing everything that we can to make it easier for teachers. And it is, it's, I think part of the issue is just the layering of the demand. And now we're in the 5th week of school and, you know, we're hitting fatigue. People are hitting the wall. And we have been trying our best to lighten that load as much as we can and to work with Ashley and to hear the concerns from the teachers, respond quickly, as well as being very thoughtful to help them through the process by showing them patience and grace.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rodriguez. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. Mr. Tillman?
You know, when you get these directives from the state during this time, common sense has to prevail. There are parents who cannot participate or have their students participate in synchronous education. And it's like they don't get that. You have parents that have to go to work. And so and if a parent has to go to work, say they have a kindergartner or a first grader who can't on their own open the computer and do the work, and they're at home with a grandparent or they're going to a childcare that doesn't facilitate making sure every person in the childcare logs into their school, it's impossible. So it's obvious they missed that. But I don't think it benefits anyone for us to perpetuate what the state is doing if it's impossible. People are under a lot of stress right now. So we have to be able to offer a common sense solution. So if the state has given us guidance that makes no sense whatsoever and is impossible to implement, we shouldn't pass it down to the teachers and then the teachers pass it down to the parents, because this makes the whole situation worse. And the reason why I asked the question about what are the consequences of the audit, because I don't think there are going to be any consequences. So we should act as though this is some big emergency that we have to respond to right away. And it gets back to the same thing, because if I were talking directly to the governor or our legislators or Tony Thurman, I would tell them, so what about the parent who cannot allow their children to participate in synchronous education and to no fault of theirs? Are they going to pay them the money to stay home? No, no one's providing free money. They even have stopped cut the unemployment. So where's this discussion coming from about you have to participate in some point of synchronous? We have parents that cannot participate in synchronous learning. So why do you keep asking them or dinging them for not doing it? As long as they find a way to get the assignments done, and these parents are bending over backwards to help their kids get educated. We have to find a way to make this possible for people in the worst predicaments. And I think we're doing it. But number one, you can't have a 3 o'clock cutoff. Some parents don't get off till 5 o'clock. So why do we have a 3 o'clock? I hope that's not even true. How could a teacher tell a student that you have to have your work in by 3 o'clock and mom don't get home till 5 or 6 o'clock? I work with people that don't get off work till 5 or 6 o'clock. And the county's not telling these folks you can leave work early to go home and educate your kid. And the only way they have to make money to make ends meet is to come to work. So what are they supposed to do? So I don't know why we even worry about enforcing something like that. It's clear you have people out of touch, but you don't try to implement something that just makes no sense whatsoever. Let's make an emergency meeting, tell the board what it is, and let the board decide how we're going to get through it. But the solution is not just burdening our teachers and our staff to do something just to jump through hoops for somebody at the state. That's crazy.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. And clarity, just again, because this is the second time we've said the 3, and then they have until the next day at 9. So are we clearing up, because we're saying something different from what we said before, and we gotta be straight because they're listening, and we want our parents to understand. Is it a 3 o'clock and all falls apart, or wasn't it like they had until 9 o'clock to make adjustments or something like that? Dr. Volkermer, are you wanting to clear or weigh in?
No, I'm making a note, President Rogers, that we'll be happy to get that information back to you.
Okay. All right, because we want to get that out, because we asked that whatever we know, whatever we see tonight, it has to go out in memo form so everybody's on the same page. And I know it's a heavy lift, like we said, but we got to be, consistency is going to help us. So, Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to one step back and just agree with my colleagues on the safety of our employees, et cetera, and yet ensure that we actually have our facilities ready for even just teachers to come back to their own classrooms and teach distance learning from there. We've got a lot of workers that could be gainfully employed by prepping our facilities and getting it ready with the filters, with the appropriate personal protection systems and sanitizing systems and things like this. I would just urge our district to get our facilities prepped now. And if the 22% or something of our teachers gives about 600 teachers or something that would like to return to their own classrooms to teach their distance learning environment. It raises a whole host of other issues, of course. So you can't just have teachers showing up without any support staff. There'll probably be some support staff and custodial staff and everything. But my point is, we could be getting people back to gainful employment and ensure that our facilities are prepped to receive those individuals. Because again, this whole environment isn't going to be going on forever here.
Right.
And we'll be having some kind of learning environment, hybrid learning environment as we go. And we want to be prepped for this and make sure it happens. And this is one way I would think we would be able to ease our way into it as we start getting prepared, say, for just even 600 teachers to go into their classrooms by themselves and function in their own classroom environment. To me, this would be a good pathfinder, a good test to see how are we prepared? Do we have the appropriate precautions in place? What are the other considerations that'll come up? Ensuring compliance with masks, et cetera, and appropriate sanitizing and things like this. So I would just like to encourage our district to actually begin those preparations. Not that we haven't. I know that you guys are working on it and stuff, but this would be, in my mind, a way to actually get us back towards a more normal functioning environment, albeit ensuring we're not going to do anything that is going to put our teachers and staff at risk, let alone our students. So,
absolutely.
But I think there's a way we could, proceed ahead here and keep our people gainfully employed in the process.
Thank you. And I think that we're going to have a report, actually presentation coming up where we can weigh in on a lot of this, leading with safety. We do have a couple of more reports, and I see you, Dr. Flores, you had a comment before.
Yes, I wanted to follow up with you, Madam President, what you said about homework. Because, and like what Danny said, parents get home at 5, but just think about the intensity of the homework. And the parents get home, they have to fix dinner, they have to give their kids their bath. I mean, how can you finish? I don't know how much homework teachers are giving, but what if they don't know how to do it? What if, I mean, there's so many issues. The connectivity, they don't understand the directions, the child, you know, I mean, it's like you say, there's so much stress. And I even think that, you know, kids should have even more time to finish because parents are not, you know, they don't want to spend their time doing homework if they haven't seen their kid all day for like 2 hours or whatever it's going to take. I just want us to be really mindful of our children's emotional and even the parents' level of stress, everybody's stress, and you know, and what I mean, I think flexibility. Yes, we want kids doing work, but how much? And how much is enough and how much is too much? Especially the little ones, you know, or even the middle school ones too. I don't know. I just think that we have to be mindful of our emotional state, the stress. I mean, even our parents who speak Spanish, how can they help the kids? What if they don't know how to do Chromebook? I mean, there's so many issues that we don't even know. What if there isn't enough bandwidth, et cetera. That's enough. I just wanted to.
Yeah, and we, like we said, it's so much, we're exploring this, and we just want the teachers to know, I hear you. We want them to know that we are in this and hearing it, and we're working right along to get it done. I think Miss Betty Sakala is already off the line, or either she got her connectivity. But we heard that report. Mr. Gallo, we got a couple of others that are going to report out. Is there more? Because we're going to have.
Yeah, I got just one comment on what Barbara said, and I completely concur with what she said. But you know, the one good thing that I think we're seeing here is the value of our teachers. Parents are finally starting to realize, I think, how much we're putting on our teachers, and you know, for their child's welfare. And I think that shouldn't be understated. You know, it's a huge task that we've put on our teaching staff and classified staff and support staff, you know, our entire district. And I know parents are starting to say, wow, this is not as easy as I thought. And so, you know, if there's one light at the end of the tunnel and stuff, it might be recognition that our teachers and frontline workers are performing an extraordinarily valuable service.
I agree with you. Thank you for that. And so, Dr. Volkemer, I know our local legislators are willing to do whatever they can. They have reached out, constantly reached out. So we'll take all of this under consideration. We appreciate it. We will move to 7.3, Communication Workers of America. Are they on the line?
I don't see them on the line. I don't see CSEA on the line either.
Okay, CSEA, I'm going back there. No, okay. Then I'll go down to 7.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. I thought I saw someone come across.
Yes, he looks like he's on the line.
Okay, all right. I don't know who it is, but welcome.
Hello, good evening, Madam President, board members, and cabinet. This is Officer Daniel Arias, the POA president.
Okay, great.
We really don't have much. Just want to take this time to really thank all the hard work that you guys are doing, that everybody district-wide is doing, our teachers, administrators, our classified staff. I think we've all really, you know, just shown up, and we're all doing a good job. And, you know, during these difficult times where it looks like, you know, the world and society is you know, really having a difficult time during the pandemic and everything that's happening. And I just, you know, one thing that we need is just to stay united, you know, stay together, support one another. I mean, this is a time where we really need to embrace ourselves arm to arm. You know, it doesn't matter what position you are, because the one goal that we have is for, you know, the children, the youth to be successful during this whole time. On the law enforcement side, we have been seeing a lot more of our youth out in the streets, you know, 2-3 o'clock in the morning. You know, they're at the high schools. You know, we're able to get them back to their houses safely. But we're starting to see that, we're starting to see that where they're putting themselves at risk, being out in the streets. A lot of crime happening with some youth. So we're proactively working, engaging, going to the campuses, looking for these kids, making sure that they're at home, that if they need resources, that we're able to get them to them. Again, thank you guys I know you guys are working along, as well as everybody, the teachers, like I said, minister, our classified staff, everybody. And we're just so proud. We're so proud of being, a part of this district. And sometimes people may disagree, but we're all working together to really hope happen. So thank you guys for all the awesome and hard work you guys are doing. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Officer Arias. We appreciate you as well. And we will now move to 8.1, our presentation on school year updates, 2021 updates. All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, one of the biggest challenges we face each week or every other week is what to bring back to you. As just the last 20 or 30 minutes of discussion gives you an indication of how many moving parts there are, how many different considerations there are, how many systems we're working on all at once. And so we've tried to narrow this a little bit in terms of what we would bring to you so that the presentations are digestible and don't last forever. We know we have an objective to end our board meetings on the same day they start. And so this evening, we want to give you a little bit of the latest. We have a brand new system that the governor has unveiled in terms of what particular metrics a county would have to find themselves in to be taken. We're not even using taking off the watch list anymore, but moving through a status system. We want to try to be responsive to a couple of your major requests, one being the issue of bringing teachers back and having them teach from their classrooms, as well as customer service. We know those were two big issues for you last time. We know there are a number that we could bring back to you, but we're trying to pare it down. But we want to bring that to you today. But I believe before we do, we have two public comments, Karen.
Yes.
Before Rachel takes it away.
Thank you. Just two short ones. Thank you. This one was specifically directed to Eric Petier. Can Eric Petier explain how the new color system affects our return to school? I am trying to set up daycare. What would be the soonest, best case scenario, my other kids would return to school? They are in middle school. And the last one is from Madison Cook. I am asking you to please create a plan so that we may return to school as soon as the state will allow us. It does not make sense that I am allowed to go to Starbucks, but I can't go to school. Distance learning is not providing us the level of education we deserve. It is difficult to learn at home. Just as the teachers have mentioned, they face challenges teaching from home and asked to be able to use their classroom. We students have those same, if not even more challenges learning from home. High school students are responsible enough to wear masks and social distance. COVID has taken so much from us all already. I'm a senior this year. Please do not let COVID take my last year away. Make a plan and bring us back. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Okay, Dr. Wolf.
Madam President, we're going to turn it over to Rachel to start the presentation.
Okay. Oh, okay, great.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Volkamer. So thank you, Board President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Dr. Volkamer, Cabinet in our community. As Dr. Volkamer shared, we'll be providing some updates specifically on items that you have requested, Board, and we're going to try to keep it concise and clear. Next slide, please. So the three updates or outcomes that we have for tonight's presentation, we will again provide an update on cases to date, and Mr. Petier will explain how the new color coding that was provided from our state last Friday will impact us. We will discuss guidelines for educators' option to return from their classroom, and we will give the board a recommendation. And then finally, the customer service live response system and how we're approaching that. Next slide, please. So board, just a recap of the August 18th board meeting. Safety continues to be your top priority. As a district, we're closely monitoring our local virus transmission rates to determine when it's safe to reopen and carefully preparing for that day. And I do want to assure the board and the community that we have started actually physically getting our classrooms ready this week. It is, you can imagine, with 76 sites, quite a preparation before to get to this point, but we will be ready when we can open safely for our students and when you deem that safe to do so. Second bullet point, devices, hotspots, and tech support are available to help all students get and stay connected. And so the families would reach out to our central technology helpline, better known as CyberTech, with the phone number right there for assistance. The board reinforced our commitment to improve responsiveness and customer service. And so tonight we will share with you that we've been working on the telephone assistance during business hours and having a live person answer where we are with that. We are all in this together. The board continues to encourage and remind our community, our employees, everybody. And so we had a very well attended August 20th town hall meeting to share, to hear from our community around distance learning so we can continue to improve that for our families and our learners. And then finally, SBCUSD remains committed to keeping bond obligations as low as possible for our taxpayers. And so there was a consideration to refinance that would to refinance those bonds to save $7.2 million. So that's the recap of last board meeting. Next slide, please. So board, we continue to use our reopening guiding principles, and actually tonight when Dr. Funches shares the recommendation around bringing staff back on whoever wants to come back to work in their classrooms, our recommendation is grounded in these guiding principles of ensuring our students and staff are health and physically safe while we adhere to the guidance from the federal, state, and county levels, and providing high quality learning experiences, and then finally providing safe and accessible working conditions. So again, Dr. Funches will come back. He'll reference this slide, and I just want to keep that on the forefront in everybody's mind. Next slide, please. So board, this is again not a new visual. We shared this with you a few weeks ago, a few board meetings ago. We do have a plan for returning to an in-person instructional model. We have it in 4 phases. Phase 1 is where we are right now. Phase 2 is what we're calling distance learning plus. Phase 3 is our blended learning. And of course, phase 4 is in-person instruction. Something happened last week that you may be hearing some rumbling about, if you will, from the governor's office, which very much mirrors our phase 2 plan, which is to allow small, they call it small, stable cohorts of students to return to campus for some potential on-learning with no more than 2 staff members with those students. The students could not be interchanged with other students, and we would, the guidance recommends a focus on our special needs students or our highest need populations, whomever we deem that to be. We would not move forward in that direction until, of course, the board deemed it safe to do so, and we would bring that information back to you, board, so you can make a very informed decision. We would also, and we have started to enter into conversations and negotiations with our bargaining units around what phase 2 and phase 3 would look like. So all of these moving parts need to happen simultaneously. I bring that information to you regarding this new guidance from the governor, which again was distributed to the districts. It was, I believe, last Monday, so it's only a week old. Because again, when Dr. Funches speaks to our recommendation about returning to school, he's going to refer to this progression of instructional models. So just want this visual in your mind as well as in the mind of anyone who is listening and watching our board meeting. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Menares, and good evening, board. As you know, last Friday, Governor Newsom announced the blueprint for a safer economy. This new system replaces the old state monitoring list. This is going to be a 4-tiered color category system. The first 2 tiers I've shown here, purple, which is widespread risk, which is where the county of San Bernardino is currently at, and red, which is the substantial risk, orange for moderate, and yellow for minimal. San Bernardino County must remain in a tier for a minimum of 3 weeks before being able to advance to the next tier. So assessments are being done weekly by the state. The first one's going to be done and released on September 8th. There's 2 specific metrics. Originally there were 5. There's now 2 that they're monitoring, both of which we had not met up to this point. The first is the daily case rate, which our county sits at 12.2. And the second is the percentage of positive tests, which our county sits at 10.2. In general, schools may reopen for in-person instruction once the county has been in the substantial, or as you see at the red tier, for at least 2 weeks. So in a best case scenario, what this means for the San Bernardino City Unified School District is we could potentially be in a position for the board to make a decision on reopening in early to mid-October. However, in using the same metrics that were provided to us by the state, within our district boundaries, our local context is a daily rate currently of about 18.5 new cases per day per 100,000. As we know, our context a lot is with our children. So we still have in the San Bernardino boundaries, the highest cases in children at 815. Fontana is second behind us at 708. Board, lastly, as you heard, our schools are currently being physically prepared. This includes, it's not limited to, but HEPA air purifiers in all of our rooms. We're flushing all of the water systems to prevent the Legionnaire's disease and other issues that we heard mentioned. Physically distancing of desks, installing all the hand sanitizer stations, swapping out drinking fountains, and installing PPE measures. So those are some of the things that we're doing right now, and you'll get more frequent updates on that as we move further along into this. And I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Funchess. He's now going to share regarding educators from classroom.
Thank you. And before we do that, it looks like there may be comments on the previous slides. Mr. Tillman and Dr. Flores.
Mr. Vitier, on the color-coded part and the tiers. So right now we're in the purple tier?
That's correct, Mr. Tillman. It's the most restrictive, widespread purple tier.
And this is countywide?
Correct.
And when they make I'm assuming that the tiers what dictates what you can do in terms of coming back to school. Right now, even in this tier, we would be able to have teachers come back and do distance learning from the classroom?
So in tier 1, schools are not open.
Right.
Oh, they're not?
Correct. The tier we're in now, schools are closed.
Really? And is there any idea of when we're going to get out of tier 1?
There's not. We're trending in the right direction. We would have on a best case scenario, with the 3 weeks we have to sit in tier 1, and then once we arrive in tier 2, which is where schools may reopen at the discretion of the board, we have to sit in that tier for 2 weeks when you could make that decision as the board. So we have to be in tier 2 for 2 weeks. In the event that, say, we meet, you see on the slide where I show 12.2 new COVID cases per 100,000. So say we drop that down to under 7 new daily cases, but our positivity rate remains at 10.2. We would remain in the most restrictive tier. So both of these criteria have to be met to drop into the next lowest tier.
And it doesn't matter what the stats are district-wide then?
It does to us, it does to you. And that's why we want to make sure that we're displaying the local context. And so when I met with public health late this afternoon, and we reviewed our local context, and the numbers within our school district are at 18 new cases, right over 18 new cases per day within our school district boundaries. So it's still higher than even where the county's at as an average.
Because our district is so large, some of that drives the county numbers, right?
Correct.
So just so I'm clear, you said we have to stay in the tier for 3 weeks. So when did the clock start ticking for the 3 weeks?
This week is the first week. So we would have 2 additional weeks coming up that we would have to stay in tier 2 and hopefully meet we would have to get to 4 to 7 daily new cases and 5 to 8 positivity tests to drop into the red tier.
So just so I'm clear, so you said this week starts the first week. I'm assuming just because this is when they came out with this new color coded. So at the end of 3 weeks, if our numbers are the same, would you have to stay in for another 3 weeks?
Yes, we remain here for we would remain here for at least 2 weeks in this status. So you have to show a progression of moving out of it. So it wouldn't be an immediate. It's still the 21-day mark that we have to meet.
And then the red, if we go to tier 2, what does that allow us to do? Would we be able to open the schools then? Yes.
After we remain in it for 2 weeks straight. So if we entered tier 2, for example, and we get through the first week and the numbers spike, which would put us back into tier 1, the clock starts over. So
right now, the best case scenario, you're looking at November, December. It sounds like. Potentially.
It's right around, if we just did the math on it this afternoon, best case scenario is mid to late October is what we're guessing. But there would have to be some substantial drops in the numbers over the next couple of weeks to get us out of it.
And then with these conferences and these the interaction you have with these experts, no one has the discussion that once the numbers get down, if we brought everybody back to school, it would just drive the numbers back up again.
There are those conversations going. We actually discussed that with the county as it relates to bringing staff back on. When I engaged the county, they hadn't had any reports from staff coming back on that there had been infections. And then about 2 hours later, I received an email from the director of public health saying there had in fact been a campus that reopened for staff that had closed because of on-campus and spread. So
and just to be open, that's what happened to the county of San Bernardino. They had a date where they brought all staff back, and they had welcome back videos, and then they had this huge spike. Before the week was out, they let everyone that could telecommute and do their work from home telecommute again. So, I mean, I don't know why they couldn't see that bringing everyone back was going to spike the numbers. The problem is then you have to decide, if you're only concerned about the numbers, what are your priorities? Is it opening businesses? Is it opening schools? Is it opening churches? Because the more people that interact, your numbers are going to increase. There's no way of getting around it, right? So if they're going to let these numbers drive it, then that's the only concern I have. If we were to open all the schools and bring everyone back, the numbers are going to go up. There's no way around it. It's just that's what the virus does. But this is good to have, so we have a realistic idea of where we're at. Because I was thinking that we could have teachers come back immediately and do work from school. And I'm assuming, Dr. Volkerman, that's the reason why the teachers who wanted to have access to Wi-Fi have been brought back to the district office and not a site, and not a campus?
Correct. That's correct.
And just so the public knows, we have brought back some teachers to the district office in an office setting, and I'm sure it was social distancing, so they would have access to the Wi-Fi, right?
That's correct, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vatier. It's very helpful. I want to make a recommendation. Just like you have the tiers for the county and colors, I think we should do that for our district so that we can have it juxtaposed right next to the district. And just for clarification, we have to have consecutive days of it being 14 consecutive days. If one day it spikes, then we have to start all over again until it goes down, correct?
That is correct.
That is correct, okay. And in terms of let's see, I would like to, okay, so you have the metrics are 12.2, right? Positive cases. And the percentage is the positivity rate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Okay. So we would be purple. and we're higher than the county.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Flores, the screen here, this is our county. This is the county's data.
Right.
If we looked at our district boundaries, we're actually higher. So you see the county overall is at 12.2.
Oh, okay, yeah, and we're higher. We're 18, right?
We're at 8. We're over 18 within our school boundaries right now.
So we would have to put our metric under San Bernardino City Unified School District purple and put the numbers and percentages in there. That's what I'm recommending. Then that way we can, compare. That's the county, and this is San Bernardino City. And I know that numbers are important, but I also want us to reflect on what Dr. Leonardi recommended or advised us in our public comments in terms of the vaccine, in terms of, and also what Danny just said, the more people you come together, you're going to get spike. It's the more people interacting with each other, children interacting with each other. And I just saw in the New York Times I would like to get it from our state. I didn't have time to go research it, but in the East Coast, the number of children getting COVID and getting sick is really high, so again, safety is our concern, as President Rogers keeps repeating from our board. That's our main concern. So I would like to also get the data on how many children in our state are getting COVID, and also the percentages of deaths. Do we have that by county?
Yes, it's part of this, both the state Department of Public Health's metrics and the county, so we can definitely get that data for you.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And with regards to the color tier, the county, when I talked to them this afternoon, they were still trying to switch data points from their dashboard into this tiered system. They had just finished the cities, and we're going to start working on school districts next. So by the next
Oh, okay. Okay. So they're doing it. They're going to put it. Oh, okay, great. Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought you could do it too. And our tech guys are so savvy, they could do it right away.
That they are. Okay,
Mr. Daniel and David.
Yes. Thank you. Hey, Eric, thanks for that report again, and for staying up on these statistics and things. What I heard is that your projection is basically for a mid-October, maybe early November, for when we might anticipate being able to, have some portion of our staff/students return. Given that what I heard on the physical accommodations, plexiglass, water purification, air filters, I guess sanitizing stations, etc. Seems like the physical accommodations are well on their way and would be done by November, certainly 1st of November, a couple of months. How is the purchase and acquisition of our PPE, personal protection equipment going here? And are we going to be ready if staff and or students arrive? Do we have those appropriate stocks and supplies on hand?
Thanks, Mr. Gallo, for that question. We still have everything that the state sent us. So we have not deployed anything out to the school sites as of yet. We wanted to hold on to everything to make sure that we had enough once we were ready to start school. So we believe with our, with a potential of November, if that were to come to fruition, that we would be ready to support both staff and students. We've purchased well beyond what the state provided us. Our plan is to issue every staff member and every student 10 cloth face coverings, just as an example, so that it's an ample amount to get them through the educational year. The state provided us a very small amount that wasn't going to meet the needs of the district, so we went ahead and purchased more large quantities to meet the demand.
And how about like face shields and other kinds of, accommodations? I know those were
Yeah, the face shields are actually easier to come by. So we have face shields, and that'll be to support our educators. That'll be to support folks with accommodations, whether it be students or staff that need to have a face shield versus some type of cloth.
So let me make sure I understand. What you're saying is you are currently ready.
We anticipate being ready by the time we're ready for you guys to make that decision in November-ish.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it.
All right, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, thank you, Eric, for the presentation. I do want to clarify, just to make sure I was clear, within Tier 1, could we allow teachers, in being Tier 1, could we allow teachers to come to the classroom, those that want to teach from the classroom, not with no students in the classroom, but those that would like to teach from the classroom?
So board, that's your decision to make.
Okay.
When the state says schools are closed, what they mean is our ability to recall our students and educate them from.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with that because I also want to mention it's not just internet, the reasons why a teacher wants to go back to school. It's also because they probably have children and there's a lot of more distractors going on and that they feel only because I've been shared this on my social media and my pages, that's one of their issues is that they can't really fully teach, with several distractions going on at the same time. So, okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you for that.
All right, we could continue.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mrs. Rogers. Thank you, Cabinet, Community, Board. Appreciate being here and having the opportunity to take you through the data and take you through our recommendation for educators returning or working from the classroom. Right before that, though, I want to thank our educators for the work that they're doing to educate our scholars on a daily basis and our classified staff as well. Much appreciated. There's a lot of work going into distance learning. And I also want to thank our team for the preparation being done to prepare our sites for possible in-person learning in phase 2 and phase 3. Getting started this evening, Ashley Alcala, or Bettis Alcala, our SBTA president, was able to ascertain information from our teachers. And the questions posed to them, as you can see on the slide below, they were given a choice to work from home or to work from their own classroom or an assigned office at the work site. And in that survey, or in the information that was received, as you can see, out of the 1,885 teachers that responded, about 77% stated that they'd like to continue to work from home. And 22 or 23%, 22.6, which is about 23%, stated that they'd rather work from the classroom if given the opportunity. And listening to, or going back to what Mrs. Alcala stated earlier, that was about 2/3 of the teacher workforce that responded. And so we'll talk on the next slide about what that means and what that may mean should the board approve teachers working from the classroom. So that's the data. And we thank our teachers for responding to that survey request and providing us with this data on their choices to either work from home or, if given the opportunity, come back and work from the classroom. Please advance the slide. So in looking at that data and also doing our homework, we surveyed other districts, surrounding districts, to get a sense of how they embarked on some of these initiatives or this decision, making sure that we adhere to safety, taking a look at how we keep our students and staff focused on safety at all times, as mentioned earlier. And in our research, what we did, or what we looked at, were 6 categories or 6 considerations that really need to be in place should we consider bringing our educators back in person. And I'll go through each one and provide specifics. And then I'll also provide just an update on the projected number of employees based on the survey that SBTA provided. So with health and safety, if we consider bringing teachers back into the classroom, there would have to be strict guidelines followed on the protocols set forth by the County Department of Public Health. We do know that. For example, daily home and pre-entry self-evaluation by all staff on campus, adhering to all of the protocols for temperature screening, social distancing, and proper hygiene and wearing of personal protective equipment or essential protective gear. Those two acronyms are interchangeable. There also needs to be a strict adherence to daily cleaning and disinfecting all of our areas used by staff. And that'll come into play when we talk about the number of staff that'll be on campus. A staggered use of our procedures or staggered use of our common areas, no congregating in offices, staff rooms, etc. That was a major category that came from our research and our work with our different districts. And so the next category, the next consideration, as you know, that's been discussed, technology and connectivity, and reaching out to our information technology department. There has been some concern about Google Meets and the capacity for Google Meets in the district to take on all of the users. I do know that, or we can confirm that information technology has been working with Google to resolve that issue. There are just a few more tests that need to be done to make sure it's resolved. So that was another consideration. Also, having coordinated schedules is very important to this process because we need to know who's on our campus at all times. And what we mean by coordinated schedules, we need a system that would track every school site, every employee on campus throughout the day so that our environmental safety team or IMT could check in at any given moment and evaluate the number of employees on campus at any given time. And that's important because if we have an educator that says, hey, I want to show up to campus, I want to work on campus, but then doesn't show up, that skews our data. Or on the other side, if an educator says, I'm not coming on campus, but then wants to show up, that also can put us at risk because we did not account for that particular educator being on campus. A robust, let me back up, administrative supervision is very important here. Our site administrators, whether it be the head principal or co-administrator, needs to be on campus to supervise employees and make sure that we're all adhering to those safety measures for physical distancing, wearing of the PPE, and everything that goes into the COVID-19 protocol. Our contact tracing system would have to be very site specific. Right now, it's more at the district level. Site specific meaning every site would need to follow the contact tracing system protocols. For staff reporting of possible COVID-19 and exposure, follow established confidential reporting, possible exposure, follow the positive case steps for closure, notification, cleaning, and reopening. That would have to be strong and in place from site to site through our IMT process. And then our support staff on campus. Going back to the information provided by SBTA, the number of teachers that wanted to be on campus, with the numbers that were provided to us, there were about 400 plus. That was about 22 or 23% of the respondents. If we projected that number to about the 2,700 or so teachers that we have, that 23% number would then be 621 teachers. And so if you look at that, plus the support staff needed for our educators to support them in what they're doing on campus, for example, the custodians needed to disinfect and clean the areas of congregation, the clerks and clerical staff needed to support that educator, work with families, provide communication, the administrators on campus, and then as well, have an M&O ready at a moment's notice to respond to any issues on site, for example, ventilation, air conditioning, any possible emergencies. If you look at it from that perspective, bringing back our teachers right now would take about, we can estimate 1,053 total employees being on campus if we made the decision to bring them back to work from the classroom at this time. And that's from our research, and that's from looking at what other districts are doing. And those are the considerations that we have to make sure that we address should we go down this road. Please advance that slide. So, board, here's our recommendation. I'll talk through the rationale behind it. So in line with our SBC USD reopening guiding principles, the district recommends the integration of teachers working from their classroom with the phase 2 and phase 3 of the progressions of instructional models. The slide that you saw earlier for phase 2, which is bringing some students back and some students will still participate in distance learning, and phase 3, more of the blended model. And so the rationale behind that is what we've been discussing all night, ensuring the health and physical safety of our students and staff, and also providing accessible working conditions. And so as you may know, or you may not know, the district has begun the negotiations process with SBTA, where we'll determine agreements for working conditions, addressing the safety concerns that our educators have, scheduling that we talked about, that's part of those considerations, teachers who want to come back and provide the instruction in person, as opposed to those who will stay in distance learning. All those items are negotiable because they're a part of working conditions. So the recommendation is to make sure that we integrate the teachers working from classroom into how we plan for phase 2 and phase 3 of the progressions of instructional models. And then, as was mentioned earlier, on August 25th, the state did provide new guidance for targeted and specialized support services for small, stable cohorts of groups of students, which emphasized having 12 to 14 students per 2 adults, with an emphasis on special needs, English learners, homeless youth. All that also were in preparation through the negotiations process to see how to properly educate those scholars, when to bring those teachers back. And then finally, currently our IMT team, led by Mr. Vatier, M&O facilities, right now they're embarking on preparing our facilities and our classrooms for physical distancing or physical distance learning. And so some of the work that's going on behind the scenes right now are the air purifying systems, the HVAC system upgrades, clearing out our classrooms of furniture that might get in the way of physical distancing and such. So with that work going on to prepare for in-person learning, we recommend that the teachers coming back to work from their classroom become a part of this process so that we can have an organized implementation plan and always adhere to teacher and student safety while doing so. And that's what we have for you at this time. Open up to questions.
Okay, and before we go into communication, we have 2 clarifying questions. I believe we're starting with Dr. Flores and then Mr. Tillman.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Dr. Funches. Oh, I can't get my video open, sorry. I have a question and a comment. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
My first question is, who incurs the liability if we bring back teachers to work in their classrooms if they get COVID?
So right now, working with our risk management department, it is understood that if we bring teachers back and there's a COVID case in our district that happened on our property, the district could be liable for that, just depending on within the fact finding or the investigation, if it's determined that that COVID case happened on our premises or on our property.
So we really truly can ensure the health and safety of all our employees, given that COVID is rampant, and it's through contact and so forth. And so that concerns me. My second question is Mr. Vatier just presented to us the color tiered state and county reopening conditions. Given that we're at 18, far above where everyone else is, I mean, do we not have to adhere to that? Do we not have to adhere to state and county and also district COVID cases and percentages?
My answer is yes, we should adhere to that. And looking at the recommendation, we wanted to provide our board and our district time to make sure that if cases are spiking or cases are coming down, we'll have time to put the plans in place to adhere to all the safety protocols and make sure that we're doing what's best for our employees and our students. So part of the reason for the recommendation is to give us the time to make sure that we're prepared. And I heard Eric say, and I was going to mention, maybe we'll be prepared, the goal is to be prepared by late October, early November.
Mm-hmm. So this would be, this is a recommendation based on whether all these criteria are in place and the safety and health of our staff is ensured. Otherwise, we won't allow that to take place. Is that correct?
Right. So phase 2 and phase 3 that was mentioned, we won't be able to effectively enter into phase 2 and phase 3 unless a couple things happen. We have our negotiation process nailed down with our labor union, SBTA, and then we have all these things in place to ensure the health and safety of our teachers and our students. Dr. Flores, you're correct.
All right. So I just wanted to clear that up because not have anybody make any assumptions that we're going to jump into providing teachers to go into classrooms to teach from their classrooms until it's safe. Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
So just so I'm clear, Mr. Vatier said already, if we wanted to, you could allow teachers to go on site right now.
So, Mr. Tillman,
not to have students with them, but to just teach from their classroom.
Yeah, Mr. Tillman, education's been deemed essential as essential work. So that does allow us to do that at the discretion of the board.
Right. Okay, and then the part that Mr. Funches says, so legally, something has to be negotiated with the Teachers Association in order to allow teachers to come back and teach from their class?
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. So what I was referring to was the recommendation. The recommendation was to couple teachers working from their classroom with the whole phase 2 and phase 3 progression of instructional models, meaning we'll get prepared to bring those teachers back in line with bringing students back.
No, I understand that, but I'm looking at what's possible now. So I just want to make sure, number one, nothing says that we cannot bring back teachers who want to come back and teach from their class. Nothing says we can't do that now. And the only question I'm asking you, Dr. Funches, is legally, do we have to negotiate something with teachers in order for the board to allow teachers to teach from their classroom?
Not right now. You don't have to negotiate that piece.
Right. So, and the reason why I say that, because when you look at the numbers, you know the numbers are not going to be to a point where you could get out of tier 1 and tier 2 for sure until December. So the question before us is, do we want to allow some teachers to come back and teach from their classroom prior to that and have the everything in place to allow it in terms of making sure they're going to clean? I come to work every day. I don't want to, but I come to work every day because I'm an assistant employee, and I have staff here that do IT work. And I tell people, you cannot open a computer box remotely. Somebody got to come into the office to do it, right? And you can't go fix the computer if it's a physical problem. Someone has to go to the site. So now, even in my office, we've sent home 80% of the staff that can work from home, which means you reduce the number of people on site. So it does make it a lot safer. I only say that to say, if you had a teacher only going to their classroom to teach from their classroom, I think you could do that safely, as long as we, and Mr. Mateer, you didn't answer this question when Mr. Gallo brought it up. You said it'll be here in November. So I'm assuming that to mean that all the PPEs are not here right now.
So Mr. Tillman, to support the plan as presented by Dr. Funchess, we do have PPE in place now for those employees.
But his plan is December or October and November. So I'm saying, do we have the PPEs in place? Let's say, for instance, if we wanted to allow teachers to come back and teach from those who volunteer, and we can look into this. I understand that in Rialto, every day you come on site, you sign a disclaimer saying that if I get COVID-19, the district is not held responsible. Have you heard about that? Is that true?
Mr. Tillman, I have not heard that, no.
So you might want to look into that. In the Rialto school district, they're telling me that teachers are allowed to go back to their class and teach from their class, but every time they walk on campus, they have to sign a disclaimer saying that if they contract COVID, that they're not going to hold the district liable.
So Mr. Tillman, I'll answer that one like this. So in our outreach to different districts, that piece right there, if districts did that, that was talked through with the union, that piece for liability purposes.
Right, and I say that only to say, you know, if I have employees that want to come back and teach from the class, then the board has to decide if we want to allow to facilitate that, because a lot of teachers are saying, you know, it's stressful to try to teach from home for a number of different reasons. Now, I hear the parents yelling at me right now. Well, tell them how they think, how we feel, trying to work from home and get our kids educated at the same time. So,
exactly.
So it's saying that we're all in a bad predicament. I understand that, but if we can do some things to make things easier and more conducive to help some of our teachers that feel like it's a big deal for them to come back and teach from their classroom, I think we should consider it. But what I don't want to do is go along with your plan, because if you're talking about you say it in a benign way, we're going to wait when we get to phase 2, we're going to do something. I really think you won't get to phase 2 till next year. And so, you know, and if that's what the plan is, then we ought to be open and transparent about it. But I really think that we could do something immediately to allow for a plan to have, there's only, you said 20% of the teachers surveyed said they want to come back and teach from their class. And it'll be a way to phase in and see what some of the issues are in doing it. We might learn something from it. That's just my thought. I think we should maybe not go with your proposed plan, which if you're waiting for that to get to that phase, I can guarantee it's going to take a long time just based on statistics. So I would consider doing a smaller group of teachers who want to teach in their class. I think we should make it a different phase. Phase 1 should be just that, only teachers coming back to teach from their class.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Medina? Ms. Rosales Medina, are you there? Did she get taken out? Okay, I'll go to Mr. Gallo until I can get back to her. Mr. Gallo,
yes.
Hear me?
Yeah, thank you. You know, the bottom line here that I just want to make sure is that we are fully prepared to do it when it's safe to do so.
Exactly.
And I don't want to hear that, well, gee, we didn't have equipment, blah, 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 you know, all of this stuff. Let's just get prepared now and make sure we're prepared when we're allowed to safely return. And I'm kind of with you, Danny. You know, we should provide those options for teachers that wish to do so. You know, with a waiver or whatever kind of legal, you know, liability waiver, et cetera, that we might want to do. But you know, some teachers aren't doing this so that they can put themselves at risk.
Right.
They're doing it because what they're doing now is untenable, right, and is not working for them. And so I think our goal should be to provide accommodations for those people, just as the parents you discussed, Danny, that are essential workers and have to go to work and have young students that simply can't participate in the asynchronous learning.
Right.
So you know, I think this is in the same category, but it's incumbent upon us, that is our board, to ensure we provide the appropriate resources, and the appropriate logistics, so that all of our people are safe who would like to return. And that's just, those are the requirements that I would think the board would want to set.
Hold on, Mr. Tillman. Let me see if she came back, because she put a note. Ms. Rosales Medina, I know she's trying to get on. She's having connectivity issues. But I will say, and I hear you, Mr. Gallo, and heard you, Mr. Tillman, as well. And we in some cases, we're saying the same thing, but then we're not when we go back and say when it's safe to do so. And I know that is a term that is really, it just incumbents on how important that term is, because the teachers are important, their safety, and then our students are safety, our entire staff, everyone in the district, there's no one expendable. And so we have to talk about that as a group, because sometimes we veer off and we say, okay, well, the state said when the kids can come back, then it's safe. But when the kids come back, it's also the adults that come back with them. And so what's troubling me is that how we can pause at one point in time, and it is a bad thing. You know, I agree with you. I just don't like to veer on the negative all the time, but it is a bad thing. We all know it's bad, but we also know that if we say, okay, how can we jump and say, well, we can kind of do this for this amount of people. Whenever anyone steps on the campus, I hope we're in agreement that anyone, whether it's our kindergartner or whether it's our kindergarten teacher, we are looking at it's safe for us to do that. And we have
already doing it right now.
We have the
already doing it now.
We have the perfect, and let me finish, Mr. Gallo, let me finish. And what I want to say is we did bring that up, and I heard Dr. Volkamer say they're in a certain area or a certain place or whatnot. So we've had a conversation about sites, and then who's at the PDC and their social distancing. So I'm just saying we have to bring continuity to the conversation we're having. When you get ready to say they're already doing it, it's not on the campus. And then on the other end we heard Ms. Bettis Akala say there's connectivity issues. So it's all we're saying is when it's safe to do so, but also all the other factors that happen. And I would hope that those things happen so that we can bring these students back on the campus, because we need them there. We want them there. But this is not a matter of trying to determine which is better and not better. It's safe, it's safe, it's safe. So I hear you. And I wanted to chime in as I'm trying to wait for Ms. Medina to get back on the line. But let's give, because the audience, the community, our teachers, everyone is listening to us. And we want to make sure our message is succinct. Again, Mrs. Rosales, I see you now.
Thank you. No, and I apologize. And I wasn't able to hear what the comments were before I entered. My audio wasn't working right. So my question is or basically comment with regards to the phase one, having the teachers come on board. And it was, and I agree with Mr. Tillman, there's only a few teachers. There's not that many teachers. No students are coming into the classrooms. So I do suggest that we look at having that as part of phase one, not having to wait for phase two, so that way we can definitely move forward. And mind you, these are teachers, these are the teachers that will be coming to school are the ones that want to go to school. This is not for those teachers that don't prefer to stay home. They can continue to teach from home. These are only for the teachers that want to go on to the campus and teach from there, which, as is noted, is only 22%. And I think that's doable. And hearing what Danny's mentioned earlier too, with regards to not bringing everyone to school, not bringing everyone on campus, this creates that transitioning period, at least where once they're in the classroom, we'll be able to see, maybe they're seeing things that could help prepare us for the phase 2. They'll be able to notice, okay, this shouldn't be here, maybe we should adjust this, and then get their recommendation, those that are actually in the classroom. Of course, always looking at safety, having the hand sanitizer, having the areas cleaned, but I do believe this would be part of phase 1. So I would recommend that we push for that in having teachers come into campus during phase 1.
So again, phase 1 includes safety, right, board? That's all we're saying. Inside
right.
One that we're saying, it's still those things that has to be said. This is all done, or whatever things may be. Phase 1 is not a phase 1.2. It's phase 1 in safety, leading it to go on the campus, having enough people to do all of what I just heard in a slide prior. So I don't see any, or Mr. Tillman?
Yeah, the big difference is, and maybe he should put up that slide that talked about the phases they were talking about doing. Their phase 2, the one you were saying, the proposal was to bring teachers back at the same time you're gonna bring some of your students back. And my point is, that's gonna be a long time from now. And the reason why I put the note in the comment I wanted to speak is because of this. I've heard from teachers that do not live in the best living conditions. We all assume that everybody has a big fancy house and a bunch of rooms and they can, set up and teach for 4 hours. Everybody doesn't have that. I've heard stories of teachers sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with someone, and that person they're sharing with doesn't leave. And the dogs are in there. And so it's not easy to teach kids from in those conditions. So and some of them are going places that they have a level of exposure more so than they would if we went back to the campus. So my only point is, I think maybe we need to agendize it, but I think because I want to see if where we are in terms of number of board members that will be willing to say we're going to allow teachers to come back and teach from their classroom in a different phase. Because what they proposed tonight, Madam President, was you're not going to allow teachers to come back and teach from their class with no kids in it. What Dr. Francis proposed was you wait until you come into phase 2 where you're going to allow small groups of students back. That's a long way down the road. That you're talking about probably December or January for that. So, and I think I hear maybe it might be a consensus of board members are saying we're willing to allow teachers to come back and teach from their class. The ones who want to voluntarily do it, but Mr. Vitier has to commit to telling us the date that he's going to have PPEs and, like you said, what we deem safe for just teachers to come back and teach from their class. I agree with you, Madam President, that we're going to do it in a safe way. So we have to get a commitment that for that part of it, the new phase we're talking about, phase 1. So let's don't get the phases confused. This is some phase that we just made up on our own, right?
Right, and exactly.
Let's call it step 1. We want to propose a step 1 where teachers can come back and teach from their class once Mr. Vitier says he has the PPEs, he has everything set up. Maybe it's not all the sites, maybe it's certain sites, so we can have a discussion.
And that's the further along conversation, because as Dr. Funches brought up, there's another side that, of course, we've heard signing waivers, but we have to find out what is that negotiation, what is that conversation required, because we can't approve over that. Those are the factors that are involved in the 1 point whatever, but it's still saying all the washing stations and all these things that we heard about. What are the things that requires a safe campus for a teacher to be there? Because I'm not going to agree to say, well, just because a person wants to take a liability, I mean, that's going way off into another, down a different road. What risk people are willing to take is completely different to what our guidelines allow us to be able to do. And that's, I think we're saying a combination of that, but we're saying it at different times. It still has to be safe.
It is safe though. And it will be safe.
Will be. See what you just said? It is safe, but it will be. I just wanted.
When I say will be, it's easy for me. Do we have
I
gloves? Do we have gloves, masks, hand sanitizer? Has the water system been checked out? And are they going to be? Is the building going to be clean? And do they have something in place in case someone contracts COVID? What's the next step? Do you have a service where people come in and clean like they do at the county? If a person contracts it, are you going to have folks stay home? But my point is, we can do that a lot sooner, Madam President. I think it's what we're all agreeing to. Some of us are agreeing to. We can do that before we allow the small groups of students to come back to the classroom. That's my point.
Okay.
I'd like to.
Mr. Gallo, did I get you, Mr. Gallo? Before I do see you, Dr. Wyatt. Mr. Gallo, were you in there before?
Go ahead, Scott.
Well, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Dr. Flores did come in because she made a statement. Let me go back. Yes, Dr. Flores, you made a statement, but you also said you have a comment. Okay, go ahead.
I am truly concerned about, I don't know if you have read the scientific papers, but our ventilation systems also carry the virus from one room to the other. They could be separate. Teachers could be in their own room, but there's no guarantee that it's airborne. COVID is airborne, and it could spread through the ventilation system. That's a study from Johns Hopkins. And so, given all that's in place, I'm really concerned. I'm truly concerned that would spread the disease. And so we don't have all the conditions for teachers to return. I know they want to go back. I know they have to deal with their kids. I know all of that. But in other school districts, I would like to get some data from other school districts that have allowed their teachers to go back into the classroom. And let's see what districts had to shut them down and send them back home. I would guarantee that there's quite a few. And so we need that data before we can, open it up for our teachers. I truly believe that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. And, regarding the physical accommodations, I mean, their facilities is putting in air filters that are supposed to be cleansing the air and provide safe accommodations for our people. I don't know if it's UV light components in there and stuff, but their filtration system specifically designed for prohibiting the transmission of virus and COVID. So, I mean, I think the facilities department is doing everything they can and are providing every physical accommodation that they can to ensure as safety. And I guarantee you, Walmart and Costco and the grocery stores, et cetera, have not provided those types of systems. I guarantee they've not. And so, I feel a whole lot safer having teachers come back into our schools than I would going to any other currently open establishment out there commercially. And what we heard is that the accommodations, physical accommodations, are going to be completed by November. That's what I heard. So nobody's talking about doing anything before then, because I don't think we're talking about bringing teachers back in while you have contractors working in their facility in their rooms. No one is talking about doing it before November until we have all the appropriate PPE in place, which Eric said he should have it by mid-October, first part of November. And when facilities has said they will have all of the physical accommodations done for every single one of our schools by November. So, I think that gives us at least a planning timeline for consideration of these, this phase one, as Danny put it, accommodations. So.
Great. Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Mr. Gallo just hit it right on the head for me, and that is, and we keep saying it's safe to do so. If our teachers are going to, want to come back, 20% of them versus say 100% of them, it has to be safe to do so for whether it's 20 or 100. It doesn't matter. So Mike pretty much hit it on the head, saying that we're not coming back till probably late October, early November anyway, until all things are in place. So he pretty much said what I wanted to say as well. In regards to some districts that do have teachers that are back working at the sites, I know of a few of them. Personally know of a few of them. And so far, the districts I'm aware of, we haven't had the issues of folks getting COVID, but we have had issues of or concerns of not everything being in place. So I think that's the most important thing, is that even if it's 20% of our teachers coming back in November, that we have to have everything in place. That's the bottom line. That's absolutely the bottom line. So
thank you for that. Okay, we can continue.
Okay, board, so we're going to shift topics and move away from returning our teachers back to be able to teach from their classrooms to discussing the customer service and the methods by which our families can and are being communicated with. So we're pleased to announce that the district has purchased the premium version for the Remind communication system. This was made available to our teachers Monday, August 24th. Now the premium is very different than the basic feature. So the basic feature, or the basic version of Remind, you had to opt into it. The premium allows us to set it up, and now all of our families are connected with based off of the information that we have in our system. And our IT set that up for our teachers, so the teachers did not have to set up the rosters. What the premium system also offers is two-way voice calling. So parents can call the teachers can call the parents. There's a longer text message ability with the premium version, and then the flexible rostering and messaging ability, meaning teachers can set up smaller groups of students also to communicate with just specific groups of families rather than their whole class if they need to do so. Remind is easily accessible for our teachers and our families. They can use any web browser. There's a mobile app. And then, of course, there's the text messaging service. So again, we launched this on Monday, August 24th. The training for this, for anyone who needs training, it actually, a lot of people have been able to get it going and move with it. We did some started training this week. We have some follow-up trainings next week for, again, anyone who needs additional supports in accessing this. But we do have this now available so that our teachers, our classroom educators, and our parents can communicate back and forth. Next slide, please. So board, you asked for us to give you information on our customer service and how we can provide a live response system for our for the varying needs that we know are out there. So we really separated this into two groups. Our families and our educators. So we'll start with our families. We know there's two primary needs that our families have. The first one is the technology troubleshooting. And so we've been advertising CyberTech, and board tonight there is a amendment to the CyberTech contract to double the number of people that CyberTech is offering to be able to answer the questions of our families in a more timely manner. CyberTech is open every day of the week, 8 o'clock until 10 o'clock at night. So again, we're doubling the amount of our contract with CyberTech so we can improve upon that service for our families, specifically around technology. And in addition, our IT department is monitoring the data and how quickly the response rate is for CyberTech to see if we need to make any changes along the way. So we are doing some progress monitoring of that. When we spoke with a group of principals, and this idea around maybe a centralized call service center for our families, the principals really said that if it's not a technology need, usually from our families, mostly it's a school-based need, and they felt like our school staff needs to be able to be the ones to answer that. So I just shared with you how our classroom educators can engage with the families, and again, that was new as of the beginning of last week. What is happening now to be able to respond to families with the school-based needs, maybe they need a textbook, maybe they're having trouble with attendance, all the different pieces that we know our families may be struggling with that's very related to the school. We are currently piloting 2 different, I guess, systems that we can call it to be able to respond to families. One of them being the one that Mr. Tillman mentioned, which is Vonage. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. We're piloting that, as well as another solution that is 3CX. And we're using those both pilots this week. We actually piloted something 2 weeks ago, and what they promised they could deliver, they could not deliver. So IT is now piloting these other 2 options. The intent is to be able to determine which of the 2 options will work best for our district and our families. And so once we have that, and we will pilot this week, and then make a final decision by the end of next week to be able to launch after that. The goal still in all of this, whichever platform or solution is selected, is that if a parent calls and the line, someone is from that school is busy on a call, it will be transferred then to another person that can take the call, but the parent will know that it's being translated, right? So it's just this movement through the different identified people to be able to meet the needs of the parents. And then of course our school principal is always available to our parents as well. So we anticipate being able to have a solution ready to go before our next board meeting, and then support our staff in getting that up and running. When it comes to our educators, what we've heard is there's 2 different needs. There's the instructional need, meaning how do I access this curriculum? Where do I find this formative assessment? Whatever their instructional need might be, really just those tools that our teachers need to be able to offer that robust and distance learning. And we recognize how much time it is taking our teachers to really shift what they did every day for many years of their teaching to a distance learning model. And so we have asked our directors to work with their program specialists to have what we're calling calendared office hours, so that every school has, all of our departments have what we've called point of contacts when it comes to our program specialists. And so now we need to make sure that our classroom teachers know who their point of contacts are, and then how they can access those people. So we've asked our directors to make sure that gets out to our teachers. And then finally, the technology troubleshooting. So cyber tech is specific for our families. We have our IT help desk within our district. I've actually used it. You can call it, someone picks up right away, and they will take over your computer if need be to help you get what you need. And so we want to make sure that all of our staff has that information, because our staff would go to our IT help desk. And then every school has a site tech coach. We understand the site tech coaches are also, many of them are classroom teachers. So we have the IT tech help desk to also support our teachers. So we have many things in place, and what we want to do is make sure that people know about them, so that they can actually access them. Because if you don't know about them, then they might as well not exist, right? So that is our goal here. And so I did hear some questions coming through, so I'll pause here.
But this is the end of your presentation, right?
Correct. It's just a thank you, and just a thank you to everybody.
No worries. I got them lined up, ready to go. If you're done, I will start calling the questions. Okay, I believe Ms. Rosales Medina.
Okay, thank you for that. With Remind, I just wanted to ask to see how are our teachers receiving the training, or how are they planning to receive the training How are they being informed of the type of training? Because I know a few complained that they didn't know, there wasn't no training beforehand, and they don't know how to necessarily know how to use it. That's one of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales.
How are the teachers being?
Yes, so the training, so there's emails that are coming from our accountability and educational technology department to staff. Now the training, as I said, the Remind was launched for anyone who could use it right away. The training, actually, the site tech coaches are being trained tomorrow, and that's a train the trainer model. So then the expectation was they would go back to their schools and they would offer the training to teachers who need that training. Some are ready to go on it, so we didn't want to hold back before we got the option out to people. Then there's going to be 2 additional voluntary trainings. One will be on the 3rd, so that's this Thursday, and then another one, 2 more on September 14th and September 21st, and those are all being offered by Assessment and Educational Technology Department.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I honestly, I received a message today by my son's teacher, and through Remind, and for me it was simple. I'm just curious to see, since I have that specific number, will that be the only number to reach out to her? I'm not sure if it's going to be another number, but I'll clarify with her. But it was simple. I, as a parent, received it. I know my son was also receiving it, and the other parent. So for me, it was simple, but I don't know what the other technical difficulties may be for other teachers, and maybe depending on the grade level as well. I think that's it. Oh, wait, for this page, which is regarding the customer service live response system, thank you so much for that, because that's something that we really need. I was also wondering, is there a directory, or is there a sheet for teachers to use so that they know who to contact within the different departments as well? I know that might be, they may have difficulty reaching out to certain departments, especially now with the different changes going on. If we can at least provide them with a directory for them to use, that way they can have it handy in case they need to reach out to someone, unless they already have it. But I think this would be helpful for them as well.
That's Ms. Rosales Medina. I don't think any of us want to assume that they have it. And so getting it in one place would probably just be, again, we don't need our teachers trying to figure all these kinds of, we need their time and energy focused on the students. So
Right.
We can do something like that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. Because I know things have changed since the last school year with different numbers and so forth. So that way they can have that handy. Thank you. That's it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Dr. Monares. It was very good for you to work that, because I remember I'm the one that asked about getting that system in place, and I'm really happy to see that. So I've been pondering the use of customer service. It actually is parental service, right? It's for our parents. So why are we using such a cold term as customer instead of valuing? I'm just talking out loud, right? Valuing our parents with the word parent, parental service or parent service, or I don't know if you can translate parent helpline or parent help desk. Anyway, I'm just raising that for us to think about and, and be more respectful in terms of the language that we use. It just hit me all of a sudden. It was just staring at me, and I go, customers, when we go to a store, it's not something human, we're being, we're people helping people, helping each other. So just something to ponder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Language is important. Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Yes.
I would just be mindful, with using parent, maybe families or something else, because there's a lot of students that don't have their parents. They have other family members. So just be mindful of that as well.
Yeah. But something that's more endearing, than You know, they're really not our customer. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Flores. And Mr. Gallo, I know you wrote in originally a question. Is you're going to do that one and then?
Yeah, I've got others and stuff too.
Okay.
And maybe kind of take off of what Barbara's saying. I mean, it'd be good to have some kind of a name for it that everybody can kind of get. But I mean, the reason I kind of like customer is it showcases that, you know, we are providing a service to people who are actually paying for a product. And those are our parents. Those are, those are the people who actually fund our organization. So I think customer is a great term. It's what everyone else uses that provides these types of call center services and things. And I think it's about time that we kind of recognize that they truly are our customers, and we quote work for them. And it's beyond parents too, because it's the staff, it's our people who have maybe students. It's beyond just a parent portal. And to me, the whole point of this system is to ensure that we have appropriate resources available during, say, non-class time for teachers to actually access this system. So, I'd have a question as to when is the quote teacher help desk or whatever hours open. If it's during, regular school hours, the likelihood you're going to get very many phone calls is limited because they're off busy teaching. And so we better figure out a way to actually offer that during, the hours up to like 10 p.m. too. Not just for the cyber tech questions and issues. And the things that about the principals kind of saying, well, wait a minute, we should be handling all of the other response calls because they probably have to do with school elements. So there's a lot of other things that the district needs to be responding to. For example, and I know that we've referred people to their administrators for, say, the various tools that people need, like the apps that many teachers are using, Cami, a few of the other types of the Adobe extensions and things that's required for PC-based users to be able to enter data in a text box, et cetera. There's a lot of kind of other questions that go beyond, say, just a cyber tech solution. Where do those calls get routed and directed? Because the sites are saying, well, I'm sorry, we don't have resources for those kinds of apps. And, they're working on like free apps right now with their 30-day free trials. Some have 60, maybe 90-day trials, but they're all kind of coming to a close. And so where are those calls directed? And, is it going to be available to like up to like 10 p.m. and things? There's a lot of other kinds of calls you're going to be getting that go well beyond just those two categories. If the principals want to be the ones, that they appropriately staffing their sites between, these various hours and having the phone calls routed to places after work hours. Are you saying the principals are taking responsibility to establish and operate a call center at every one of the school sites? So those are the kinds of questions that I have. And, to me, I think the district needs to be setting up those call centers. And if it's a site-specific thing, then we need to have people available that understand specific site requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Okay, Mr. Tillman.
Yes, and Dr. Fuller, I actually like the term customer. For no other reason, they say the customer is always right. So I feel good when somebody calls me a customer. I feel better being called a customer than a parent. So, I mean, it's just in terms of, how it makes me feel, being called a customer, it makes me feel good. I think you need training for everything. I know I'm an IT person. When we roll stuff out, we think this is simple, so it's no big deal. Folks will be able to do it. But even for the remind and stuff like that, I think when you give it to staff, you should have have somebody write up a basic brochure about how it's used. And even for the parents, don't take it for granted. Maybe put something on our website or email something to parents that talks about the remind. Don't call them though. We make too many phone calls to parents, okay? We got to work on that one too. I think we should have a limit, 1 phone call per day. We should prioritize what it's going to be, because I get a lot of complaints from parents about we're calling them way too much. So I think we need to do the training. But in terms of instructional needs and the tech part, I know I talked to Dr. Perez already, but I had some folks concerned about the textbooks not being able to translate to Spanish, everyone not having access to it, and some teachers have some real concerns that they have students that could benefit from the textbook science, and specifically translating from English to Spanish, just to help those students, and some of them are not able to get that. But are we saying that they are going to have access to the translate? Because to me, it should be anybody that needs it. Is there a reason why we can't offer the translate tool in the textbooks to any student that needs it?
So I'll be happy to answer that, Mr. Tillman. When we purchase our textbooks, we typically purchase the license for English and Spanish for our dual language classes. That does not prohibit us from giving access to a teacher who needs it if they have a newcomer. And that's in our conversation today, that's what I was describing. When we know that there's a teacher who has a student who's in need of the material in Spanish, we will provide that access for the teacher and student.
And how does that teacher get the access?
So the teacher can contact our multilingual department.
Right.
And Dr. Monadas described the process that we have of program specialists having being a point of contact at each school site. So the chances are that teacher knows their point of contact from the multilingual department and will have a relationship with them because they provide support to that site as it is. So
But the reality is, and this is the part that I'm concerned about, it's obvious that the teacher went to the person they thought they should go to at the site, and they were told only students in dual immersion can have access to the Spanish translation, to the point where the teacher felt like she was losing kids because the kids couldn't understand what was in the text, because we wouldn't allow these students to have the tool, which is just crazy to me. I mean, how would you not allow a feature like that for a student that needs it? Because the student wouldn't ask for it, and the teacher wouldn't ask for it unless you knew the student needed it. So why would we not do it? So whatever is in place right now is not working. I'm only bringing it up so that hopefully there's somebody listening, and you're saying they should contact who?
Multilingual department.
Okay. And then on another subject of technology, so we actually purchased a Zoom, right? And so the teachers aren't being told to use the free one, the free version, because the free version runs out after 30 days.
I can address that as well. So teachers started out on the free version, Mr. Tillman, so that they could have access immediately the moment that the board said it is our desire that they have access to whatever platform they choose. They started out on the free platform, and that it expires. And so now that we have the purchased Zoom, they can make that transition easily if they use their district email when they signed up for that Zoom account. All of their account will transfer over. And if they didn't, then they will be setting up a different account so that they could take advantage of the premium, the paid for account.
So I'm just saying it for the record. So teachers out there, they've been told by their site that they have to continue using the free version. Who they contact to get access to the version that the district has purchased?
So they can reach out to our accountability and educational technology department. But I will say, and I know that teachers are listening, they actually don't need to contact AET for that. They can simply you go into Zoom and log in using their district credentials.
Great. And then same thing there. I hope we provide some type of brochure out there for the teachers who want to try it. And I really think I'm gonna give this is just for Mr. Gallo. I'm gonna give you a free technology service, Mr. Gallo. But I really think that we should look at Zoom and Google Class as redundant backups, right? I don't think we should just say we're only going to use Zoom or we're only going to use Google Class, because we've all heard of one or the other going down. So I really think it'd be great if we got to a point where we start thinking about if Zoom goes down, then we can use Google Class as a backup and vice versa. Because it sounds like because these services are being overwhelmed, that at any given time, one of them may go down. So it would just behoove everybody to get to the point where they could interchange and switch from one to the other in case one went down. Just a suggestion.
Now, what part of that was meant for my benefit, Mr. Tillman?
I only give my free tech advice because of you, Mr. Gallo.
I see, because I wasn't, because I questioned that or something.
You appreciate it.
Thank you too. Thank you,
How many years have you on the school board, and how many years of experience?
Oh my goodness!
40 years, Mr. Gallo.
It's approaching 10 o'clock. Dr. White, it is your turn, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, but it does look like Mr. Gallo was next, my elder, so I want to make sure I respect
No.
I'm okay.
Is he done? Between him and Danny, it's hard to get a word in, so. Number one, and I'm going to go back to the slide, so I'm trying to find that up here, because it's showing you now. Not that that's a bad thing, but oh, there we go. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Menards, and thank you, executive team, as well, for everything so far on this presentation. We've had a lot of questions, and it's always tough when we ask you 10 million questions on like 4 slides. So anyway, on this one, the customer service live response system, I think this is great information. Matter of fact, I shared it with the parent team this past week. And but what I'm trying to do is see how easy it is to find and access, right? So I go to our website and I try to find the same information and I can't find it. So I think it should be prominent information, somewhere prominently displayed to when folks go to our site, they could find us, because this is really important. One of the biggest things that I've been hearing out there from our students and our communities, our teachers, our parents, is they want to get a hold of somebody. When they have these questions, it's really important that they talk to a person. And often, they get voicemail or it just keeps ringing. So I think it's important, one, that we have this really prominent for our folks to find, whether it's our educators or our families or our students. And, two, I know we've been in contact with a lot of different companies to make sure we have a greater capacity. So I just think this information is very, very important at this time with our families and our staff and our students. So that's just my two cents. If we could get it on the website somewhere easier to find, because I just went in and tried to find it again, and I didn't see it anywhere. So
thank you, Dr. Wyatt. We took note of that.
Appreciate it.
All right, Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Menard, is going to start with you and work my way up to the top. But thanks to all of you for a great presentation. And I have a recommendation for you. I was so glad to see the customer service live response, because that means a lot sometimes, just for a parent, a guardian, or just or even a student, just to be able to express their feelings. I hope there's a way that we have some either aides or some of the rec aides or some other people who are not overly busy, that they can make an effort to call maybe 4 or 5 parents a day. And one of the things they can do, let them know, I'm not going to have an answer for you, but I'm sure calling to see if you have any questions of the district that I can help you with. And I think just that reaching out that way would mean a lot. No, you can't call 50,000 people, but sometimes if you can call, 30 to 50 a week, or however many people you have available to make calls, it's going to make a difference because it's important. And it needs to be sincere. We don't want no one who's calling to say, one more thing for me to do, but they need to call out of sincerity that they really have passion for this work and they want to help parents, students. So I appreciate that. And going, I guess, in the opposite direction, Dr. Funches, I know you've talked about teachers returning and not returning. I'm my concern, and I know someone mentioned signing a statement or release saying, I'm not going to blame the district if I get the virus or whatnot. But we know that's only good until someone gets the virus. And then you're going to have 50,000 attorneys coming out of the woodwork, and we're going to be in big trouble. So again, I'm just hoping when our staff members go back, classified, certificated, and all, that you can't guarantee us anything, Dr. Funches, but we sure like to have you say, I feel now is the time. And I'm willing to wait until that. And I would hope each staff member, because I can't, if I go down the list of staff members, I can't point to one on that list that I say, too bad it's you, but we're going to keep moving on. And we don't want that to happen to not one staff member. And Eric, with you, the same thing. If we have everything in place, that's fine and good, but make sure we have everything in place. We don't want to deal with, but I thought, well, and what have you. We just want to make sure that everything's in place to make sure those schools are clean. And it's a little more than schools. You're talking about the restrooms. And if teachers going to be on campus all day, or they're going to eat in the classroom. It was going to be somebody on campus that every time a teacher uses a restroom, I've been on the campuses, you don't have that many stalls. So do you go in and clean, or does it become the responsibility of the teacher to make sure things taking place? So there's so many things that need to be in place that they're simple type things, but they're not simple because we're talking about safety. So I'm with you, Mr. Batir, and you, Dr. Funches. I just need you at the point we return, convince me now is a good time, because I tell you, I don't know how I could handle it if we lost one teacher because we thought we were ready and we weren't. So let's make sure that all of our I's are dotted and all of our T's are crossed before we give the red light to move ahead. I want to say thanks to all three of you and your staff members for doing such a great presentation. I learned something each time, and I just appreciate the involvement we have with our parents. Being on the LCAP meeting the other night with parents who asked some very good, wonderful questions. And I'm just hoping other parents who will listen to us tonight, you need to join us because we need to hear your voice. We don't have all the answers. We wish we did, but you have been giving us some good feedback. So please keep joining us in our town hall meetings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I know it's not part of the presentation, but since Mr. Tillman referred to the textbook, and when you look at the additions that now we have to pay for certain licenses because they're not included within the system itself or the online textbook, my concern, and I guess we should definitely, when we look in the future, when we present textbook options or adoption options for teachers to review, I think when I was trying to find out why were certain textbooks approved, knowing the fact that we didn't have those things included in it. And so then what they were mentioning to me is that they're presented with all the bells and whistles, with all the additions. And so by the time they get the actual program, it's not what they had tested out in the beginning. And so I think we have to be mindful when we present textbooks in the future to our teachers, that they're actually getting the system that we're probably most likely going to purchase. And that way they're able to compare programs appropriately, because those that may cost a lot more, but or a lot less supposedly, and yet they're showing you all the bells and whistles which are not included, then it kind of is like false advertising. I want to make sure that we're being mindful of that. So it's just an addition to with regards to textbook, and making sure that we're looking at not necessarily just showing all the bells and whistles if we're not going to purchase it or have it included. That's all.
All right. Thank you. I don't see any other comments in the chat. So thank you again so much for a great presentation. You've captured each time we hear these presentations. Like I said, they're pretty much robust, and you add within them, the ideas, suggestions, and things that we have recommended. And so that's a great thing. And so it looks like we're just going to continue to monitor things and move forward, and know that our ultimate goal is to be ready when it's time to be ready. But it's great to know, as we hear with other districts and other people doing different things, I just constantly remind our community that, we are, not only are we unique, but we are San Bernardino City Unified, and we are focused on what is best for San Bernardino City Unified in all of our staff, our students, and everyone in Convent. So again, thank you for your presentation. We're going to move to board comments. I can't imagine that they have any comments left in any of them, but we'll see when I say we're moving to 9.0, 9.1, board member comments. And I will begin with, let me see, it's moving around on the screen. Mr. Tillman. Are you going to put, and I call the name, but I don't see anyone in the chat. So
no,
Madam President, you're wrong. I'm in there.
Are you, did you just click that in there?
I'm fast, trust me.
You said awesome, and then you put your comment in. All right. So Mr. Tillman, go ahead, and then I will go back.
Oh boy, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak a long time. Mr.
Do you promise?
Well, yeah, Mr. Kostakis told me I couldn't.
That's hilarious.
So I'm going to listen to Mr. Kostakis.
Okay.
I do want to thank the nutritional services and the cafeteria workers. I agree with them. Their work has been stellar in terms of getting the food out to our families. I've heard nothing but compliments and the appreciation from our families that are receiving the food. So and I know it's obvious we haven't said enough specifically to those workers that we really do appreciate the work that they've done. So I wanted to say thank you to them. And then just on one note, and Dr. Hooker, you guys may be working on it, but I know that in terms of WPEs and stuff like that, if they have to do a whole bunch at once, if it's something that's being more complicated because of the whole distance learning and stuff like that, maybe you guys can look at that and prioritize the ones that have to get done, and maybe the ones that are going to be more routine, then maybe you don't have to do them right now just because of the stress you have when doing the distance learning. And then in the end, just thank you to all the staff, teachers, parents, and community for working with us on this. And in the end, we'll make the right decisions. And I agree with, and I want to make sure everybody hears me. I in no way are saying we're going to compromise safety. And to Dr. Hill, when I talk about even a disclaimer, to me, when you have somebody sign a disclaimer, it's not for the legal purpose. I agree with you. A person going to sue anyway, but it's to just ensure that we have a concern. I think if I had to go into work and sign a disclaimer, it would be a reminder that we have a concern that it may not be safe, and that's the reason why we're saying, even if you want to come, we want you to sign a disclaimer so that it puts emphasis on the concern that we have. That's my perspective. But thank you.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I want to thank Mr. Tillman as well for saying that about our food service workers, because, you know, they are unspoken heroes. And gosh, you know, you look at the meals that are served on a daily basis or, you know, a couple times a week for many days, and they're in the tens of thousands of meals. And it's a pretty astonishing number when you see that. And it's like, wow, that's a lot of meals being handed out. So, you know, kudos to them. You're right, Mr. Tillman. Thank you for bringing that up. And I'm glad you also brought that up, because I think it was, I don't know if it was one of the town hall meetings I was in or one of the parent meetings I was in, but somebody said, you know, if you have a lot of kids, you know, 3 or 4 kids, and you go to pick up the meals, they give it for multiple days. And I guess it's a lot of amount of food too. And so those of them that have to walk, it's very difficult for them to carry that amount of food sometimes back to their homes. And, you know, I think we make assumptions that, you know, they have cars or they're just, you know, able to carry everything. And that's a bad assumption. So I know some of our funding that we're receiving is one-time funding. And one-time funding means you got to spend it now, and you don't often have a chance to spend it later. So, you know, a recommendation I made is, you know, can we assist those families? Because part of, you know, the funding that we're receiving is for health and wellness, right? And so, I mean, obviously, one of the main things that we have to have is food for survival. So, you know, are we able to buy those simple, you know, grocery carts that I see folks bring to the market and have them be able to take that home? Just an idea. I'm wondering if we can. I think that'd be great for the families that need them. So, Danny, thanks for bringing that up. Just want to really thank Beatriz Gonzalez and her team, you know, family engagement, for being able to put together the Pacific Islander virtual parent meeting, first one they ever had. That was, boy, it was a really emotional meeting, I'll tell you, and a great meeting too. Was able to meet many of our family members and some of our staff also from the Pacific Islander community, and voicing their concerns. And I mean, many of the concerns that we hear from many of our families, but also some unique concerns. So it was nice to be able to meet with them and take down the concerns, and we'll be able to work with our district on addressing those. I mentioned town hall meetings. Wow, those were great. Thank you folks for coming out to the town hall meetings. We had a really good turnout. Solid number of our board members there as well, and my colleagues, and obviously our executive cabinet and our staff, but was really happy with those. You know, we keep hammering this safety first. And, you know, in order for us to come back, and, you know, I did a little kind of informal survey this evening with my colleagues, and it's like, when will it be safe to do so for our board to come back in physical meetings? And, you know, we're not ready to do that either. So, you know, if it's not safe to do so for us, then we have to really consider that when we're talking about our staff and our students as well. So I think that should be also a barometer of how we measure things is, you know, is it safe for us as a board to come back to, you know, in-person meetings? So let's keep that in mind. And, you know, I heard it from Danny as well. And just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank our staff, thank our families, and thank our students again for persevering through this and being patient with all of us, because it is a very challenging time. And I know we say it all the time, but gosh darn, right when we think we have something figured out, it seems like something else hits us. So, but the great thing is that we're a resilient group, and, you know, we're always finding solutions to make it a safe place and a better place for us to learn and teach in. So thank you to the entire team, and thank you to our community.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I want to echo what my colleagues have said, to thank all our nutrition services workers and our cabinet, all our staff. And I think we opened up 10 more school sites, so now we have 25 sites. So thank you very much. I was really concerned about that, so that our, you know, all our families have access to food, and that's so important. And I also today, I don't know if you guys read, but the nutrition services has been extended till December for a free and reduced lunch. So we are, you know, it was supposed to end, I think, the 31st. And so that's a godsend, you know, for our families, especially. And, you know, I want to thank Cabinet especially. I know you guys are stressed out. You do so much work, and just want you to know that we all appreciate you. And I also want to extend my appreciation to my colleagues, our board members. I value you guys very much. And even if we don't agree, Mr. Tillman, I still love you. I still respect you. I respect you, and the public should know that we care for each other, and it's okay for us to agree to disagree, and that has helped this board.
I agree.
You know, this board does not go into pettiness whatsoever because we listen to each other. And at the end of the day, when we take the vote, that's the vote, and that's what we do. And so that's really, really, really key. And I will close with a moment of silence and tribute to Chadwick Boseman. He was my hero. I don't know if people know, he played so many heroes, so many Black heroes in our history. He played 42, Jackie Robinson, Thurgood Marshall and Marshall, James Brown, oh my God, and Get On Up. I don't know if you guys know this, but James Brown was a genius. So was Thurgood Marshall. So was Jackie Robinson. And, you know, the fact that he played the Black Panther was such an incredible lead for all, not just for our Black boys and girls and families, but all over the world. To see that depicted in film, respect, honor, love of family, love of, the genius behind it. So I want to play tribute to a great artist, Chadwick Boseman. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, for that. And Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Tillman, I really was trying to be in opposition to your comment about what's going on, but it's important that I let this audience know you're the only Tillman who was not a student of mine at San Bernardino High School. So we're making up for that. I know. I had Earl and all of your sisters.
Yes.
I do want to say congratulations to Chief Polino. I see where you got a sizable grant. And just want to say congratulations to the police department for that. And I also want to, echo what everybody else say about the wonderful workers we have in this district. And as we go have the challenges we have, just keep in mind with our students, our parents, our guardians, our staff, our board members, no one's walking in front of you, no one's walking behind you. We're walking together because our motto that we have unofficially come up with is we are all in this together. So we're gonna walk hand in hand and we're gonna go somewhere, and we may not get there when we want to, but the old spiritual, but we'll be right on time. So just hang in there and keep the faith and keep the trust, and we're gonna keep on doing great things for this district. So thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hill, for those great comments. And just for the record, Dr. Wyatt, I'm ready to return in person to our school board meetings anytime. Yet I know that in closed session, my fellow board members said they even have apprehension.
You're gonna report out.
They even have apprehension of on a Zoom call with me, let alone in person.
I don't blame him, Mike. I don't blame him.
I know. Well, I just for public disclosure, I just have to.
Yeah.
But
I feel safe to do so as well. But I want to respect our colleagues absolutely 100% and everyone else.
Yeah, and the gang really is together on this. I mean, we're looking for solutions for parents and looking for solutions for staff, and we have immense concern for all and their safety as well. So know that the board is together on that. We might articulate it in different ways, but we're trying to find ways where we can accommodate the needs of a variety of our staff members and our parents as well, and yet do so, we say generically, safely. And, the safely definition is well defined. It's when we're prepared with all of the appropriate precautions that we're mandated to provide, as well as meet the COVID guidelines for any type of social gatherings and things. So, know that we're together on that concern, and we're not going to force anybody to participate. If they're not comfortable, that is staff, parents, students, etc., we will find an alternative and find an accommodation for you to be able to effectively participate in not only performing your teacher duties and staff duties, but also for parents that find themselves in untenable situations and have to work and find it really difficult to participate during normal working hours. Those are the accommodations that we are committed to provide for you. And we know that one size doesn't fit all, and it's incumbent upon us as a school board, and we take this responsibility seriously, that we will find alternatives. So that's my comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Ms. Rosales Medina, I didn't see you in there, but are you gonna?
I was just gonna wait patiently in the end. My thing was with regards to the many great things that we're doing in the district. We had, when was this? On the 28th.
Friday.
Yes. Ms. Rogers and I, along with Mauricio Arellano, who is with the Redlands Unified School District, Mayor Pro Tem Denise Davis for Redlands, and the fact that when you look at the equity, it was called a critical conversation, racial inequality in education, and the reality is that we have. I'm really proud of our district because we are ahead of the game when it comes to a lot of these issues, even with the department, the funding of the department with equity. And we're not where we should be, and I'm not trying to say that, but at the same time, compared to any other districts in the region, we are definitely ahead of the game, especially when you see the Black Lives Movement and Black Lives Matter movement, and making sure that people are really paying attention. Our school district is really addressing these issues, and we have board members. I know it was mentioned earlier. Our board members, like it was mentioned, we don't necessarily agree on everything, but at the end of the day, when it comes to our students, when it comes to our staff, when it comes to what's needed for us to push on certain issues, we're there. And I think that just shows the kind of board that we are and the things that we're pushing for. I do want to mention, I know Dr. Flores just reminded me with regards to ethnic studies, we are going to be looking at ethnic studies. This is something for high school, looking at it as a high school graduation requirement. And we would definitely be, again, one of the districts that are on the move because we've already had classes, we already have classes. Now, how do we make sure that the curriculum includes different variances of different cultures and making sure that it's a high school graduation requirement. So I know board policy subcommittee is going to be meeting soon regarding this, and we'll present that to the board in the future, and hopefully in the next board meeting, but if not, in the next 2 board meetings. Thank you
for that. Thank you. And thank you all for your comments. They were great. I definitely wanted to mention that. I shared that our panel, Ms. Rosales Medina, with some individuals, and just, it was a good feeling to know that there were so many challenging things that people are facing, but we have already faced many of those, being courageous and making some decisions that some are barely making, and not because they didn't have the ability to do it, but it just was so many other things happening in education, but we've stayed on top of it. And I'm so proud of that, because if we weren't there, we wouldn't be able to have these board meetings where we're hearing from each other's side, but yet ultimately narrowing it back down and saying our ultimate goal is to make sure that we're doing the right thing for everyone in the district. And we have had a lot of virtual meetings, and I've sat in on those, and I'm really excited the fact of the constant conversations with parents. I mean, our parents are on there in listening capacity, and we're listening and we're hearing from them, and things are changing. It's not just a conversation and then we go back to doing what we're doing. Rest assured, to our parents and our community, we are really not taking those things lightly, because it's making us better. Out of that, and I did mention this previously to Dr. Volkemer, but then it came up again, and I think it's just noteworthy for everyone to know as a concern. We know, and I know, sometimes I'm on 3 laptops at one time and trying to block out noise and block out different things that are going on. And so I have my own struggles, and sometimes I have to put earbuds and things in. And I mentioned that I think that is definitely something that goes along with the other things that we are supplying to our students. And so it did come up. And I didn't bring it up previously, again, because I did hear Mr. Vatira and they spoke about having that, but it has come to my attention that some of our schools maybe haven't given them out if they do have them available. But we do want our students and our parents to know that we have earbuds available, and it's a very crucial learning tool right now to be able to help you focus. If you have multiple students that are sitting, at the traditional, we're saying sit at the table, but they all can't talk at the same time. They have to be able to clear out some of that noise. So Dr. Volkemer, if you can please make sure that everyone knows that availability, and we do have those tools for our households to support our students. Likewise, I wanted to mention to the board, this came up, had a meeting about this probably last month, Dr. Hill and I, and we didn't get a chance to bring it up because of the other things that we've been discussing. But Blue Foundation Education, would like to hear from them in a formalized way. They're looking at an initiative for FAFSA, mandating FAFSA, and I was very clear on not in a punitive way, but there's a lot of our students that are leaving money on the table. When you talk with students feel I can't go to college because you're thinking, how do I pay for it? But there is funding there and it's available, and we're finding that many of our students just get frustrated, or the parents get frustrated with filling out FAFSA. And I know we have a lot of different opportunities where they can come and fill it out, but we do want to kind of narrow that down. And I know I'll be talking with them again on Friday, because a number of districts are doing this, where they're drilling down and mandating this to help our seniors to be able to have the funding that they need should they choose to move forward in their college career. So I'd like to have that conversation a little bit further too, as our committees begin to talk and just dialogue with that. But hopefully we can get them to provide us some information, because I think that's important. And then lastly, I know some of you may have seen that, I think it's Cal State San Bernardino, they have an entrepreneurship program. And I would love to, I know we have looked at some of our pathways at what's working, what's not working, but a lot is surrounding entrepreneurship. And I think that would be something great for us to collaborate, begin a discussion with that pipeline with Cal State San Bernardino. And those are my comments. Thank you. We are now moving to 9.2, Superintendent and Staff Report.
Sorry about that. Thank you, President Rogers.
I thought they went to bed.
Board, as you know as well or better than anybody, our districts exist to serve our community. No students, no families, no community, no need for SBCUSD. And to be able to serve our community well, we need to be good listeners. And we're working very hard at listening right now. Some of you mentioned our town hall meetings. We had a very successful LCP meeting last week. And these are trends that we want to continue. They really enable us to get better, to serve our students and families better than we are now, to hear what's happening in the field. We design all these things at the cabinet level with lots of input and lots of help. But what's really important is we understand how it translates into the field and what our families and students are actually experiencing. So I want to thank our staff. Those town hall meetings and those LCAP meetings, they take a lot of effort and a lot of work, particularly now in a virtual environment. You think it might be easier, but it's really more difficult in terms of breakout rooms and getting people involved. So I want to just give a huge shout out to our staff for really being mindful of being good listeners. And if you looked at our last LCAP, LCP meeting, I think over 75% of it was listening. It wasn't talking at, here's information. It was, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you're experiencing and how you think we can better serve you. So want to give staff a huge kudos for that. Board, you've always been, as has been mentioned this evening, stalwart about feeding our kids. And you are pushing on us all the time, and we appreciate that. Just want to clarify the information. The 10 additional sites will start on September 8th. So we have 15 sites currently. We will move to 25 sites on September 8th, so a week from today, actually, right after the holiday. And then we're for all of our parents that are listening, if you haven't filled out our survey around meal distributions, it closes on Friday. And one of the questions we're asking is, would it be better to have meal distribution on Tuesday, Thursday, rather than Monday, Wednesday? We know there are some considerations there in terms of weekends and possibly needing food on Monday, but we also know that Mondays are holidays. So this coming week, we're switching to Tuesday, Thursday to react to the Labor Day weekend. And we're going to be asking our parents which one works better for you. So if you haven't taken, and families, if you haven't taken that survey, please give us your input and feedback on that. And then just a couple congratulations before I close. I want to congratulate our very own Dr. Flores. She won her runoff. I think you voted 2 board meetings ago, if I'm not mistaken, but she did win the runoff to become a CSBA delegate for Region 16. So give her a round of applause. And while you're applauding, she was also, you may or may not know, she was elected president-elect of CABE, the California Association for Bilingual Educators. So she'll be the president-elect this year, the current year we're in, and then she'll be president for the subsequent 2 years, 21-22 and 22-23. So I want to say congratulations to Dr. Flores for those honors. And then finally, I want to congratulate Janie Christakos, our associate superintendent, and our finance team. And you're going to hear a little bit more about this later in action items, but they worked very, very hard to move through some credit rating activities that we had to move through. We were able to maintain our high A credit rating, which is very difficult in an uncertain economy. Right now the economy is up and down, and because of COVID, it's not where we would hope it to be. And so not everybody's maintaining their credit ratings right now. We were able to do that successfully so that when we go out to issue our next set of bonds and refinance bonds, which you've already heard about, board, and you'll take some action this evening, it's going to save our taxpayers dollars along the way. So I want to say congratulations to Janie and her team and all those that have supported that effort. Adam is here as well, I think. Thank you, Adam, for that work. It's ultimately going to result in our taxpayers having a few more dollars in their pockets. So thank you. Those are my comments for this evening.
Wow. Okay. Okay. We're going to move into 11.0. Oh, I'm sorry. I went too far. 10.0, our consent items.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any discussion or any items? Not, I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Salas Medina.
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Moving down to action items. 11.1, personnel report number 4, dated September 1, 2020.
As presented.
So move.
Second. All right, it's been moving properly second, and we will call for the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Yeah, I think I need to abstain. This is just too controversial to me. But
My gosh.
I'm just teasing.
Can you just vote, sir?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.2, acceptance of the new board policy, student voter registration, first reading.
So move.
We do have two
Second.
comments, by the way, President Rogers.
I'm sorry.
We have board comment.
We have two public comments, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay, on 11.2, I apologize. I don't think I wrote that down. All right.
Are you ready?
Is it yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I've got two. They're both from representatives of ICUC. The first one is from Rocio Ruiz Chen. And get to it here. Honorable members of the board, interim superintendent and cabinet, this comment is in regards to agenda item 11.2, first reading. First of all, we want to thank all of the board members that have made it possible for this item to be on tonight's agenda. As ICUC, we first brought voter registration policy language to some of you back in June of this year. Through our statewide youth organizing network, we learned of how CAUSE, a nonprofit organization in Oxnard, California, passed a policy back in 2017 that has made it possible for thousands of students to register and pre-register to vote on their school campuses, and knew we needed something similar here. For the past 10 years, we have, at different capacities, done voter registration and pre-registration across all of the high schools here in our district. In just the last 3 years alone, we were able to register over 4,000 students to vote. Our goal as ICUC is not only to register youth, but to continue to educate and engage our young people so that we create a culture of frequent and engaged voters in our communities. Now more than ever, we realize how important real representation is. While we are proud of the work we have done in these past years, we have also realized that it is time for us to push so that our work is well cemented within this institution so that every single eligible student across our district has the opportunity to register and pre-register on their campuses. Again, we want to thank each and every one of you that has made it possible for us to get to this point. Tonight's first reading of the student voter registration policy is a win for every young person who has ever been told that their voice does not matter. As we approach the second reading and hopefully soon a vote, we are urging that this policy take effect immediately. We have a network of youth leaders on every high school campus ready to help in the implementation of this policy. We are ready to organize students into helping guide their peers in online voter registration and pre-registration now. We are here to continue being close partners and making sure our students receive the best possible opportunities they deserve. And the last one is Natalie Salcido, also an ICUC representative. Okay. The following are statements of support in regards to Agenda 11.2. They have been prepared by each of ICUC's current high school chapters across the district, representing over 150 current active students. So they're going to be statements from each high school. We are members of the Cowboys for Change Club and the ICUC Youth Organizing Chapter at Cajon High School. Voting is important to us because it can dictate what our future will look like, and it gives us the opportunity to have a voice in the decisions made that will pave the way. Sadly, every student that we have asked has said that they have not been taught about the voting process at our schools. We believe it is important to be able to learn about this and have the opportunity to register or pre-register at our school, because it will raise more awareness of the voting process and the decisions that are being made. It will also give students and youth the responsibility to themselves and others to make sure to voice their opinions on decisions that will affect their future. We believe that if we are given the opportunity to register to vote at school, we will be ready to vote right when we turn 18. We are in full support of our school potentially becoming a polling location because it is a familiar location that would help more people turn out to vote. More parents and eligible students would feel comfortable participating on Election Day. We urge you to please support this policy and vote yes. Thank you. We are writing this as the Spartans in Action Club at San Gregorio High School and youth leaders with Inland Congregations United for Change. We believe that it is crucial for the school board to pass the student voter registration policy because it is important for youth to have our voices present whenever there are people elected to represent us and our needs. Students deserve easier access to being able to participate in civic activities and learn about the history of voting and voter suppression in this country. In our education, we experience a lack of political analysis around civic participation and the importance of it. Because of this, many of us and our peers don't have a concrete understanding of what the steps are to register or pre-register to vote. Having access to this information readily available on our school campuses would bridge this gap and make it easier for students to feel like they have an important role within civic participation. If our schools became polling locations, the amount of students and families engaging in the voting process would increase. Students are already spending half of our days on the school campus, and residents in the nearby neighborhoods would also have easy access to the location. As of now, the only place voter engagement information is readily available to us is in the school library. Shifting into a more open voter engagement platform would mean that this information would become more accessible and would make it easier for students to vote. Thank you for your hard work. Good evening. We are members of the Students for Change Club and the ICUC Youth Organization chapter at Pacific High School, and we are in full support of the student voter registration policy. We believe voting is important because it gives students like ourselves the opportunity to have our voices heard, especially when it comes to making decisions that will be affecting us in the future. Many of us have not learned about the voting process through school, but would love to have that opportunity. We know that here at our school, our principal and some teachers do great work with juniors and seniors to register them to vote. But as a club made up of mostly freshmen and sophomores, we want to see this extend to the younger students as well. We are in strong support of registering and pre-registering happening on our campus because this will make it easier for students who wish to register to be able to do so in a place where they feel comfortable and encouraged. If we register students to vote here at school, they will be ready to vote as soon as they turn 18. We are also in support of wanting to see our school become a potential polling location. This will give students and many families an easier, more convenient and accessible way to participate in the voting process. This will allow more voters that are usually left out of the voting process to actually take part in it. Thank you to the board members that have brought this policy all the way to today's first reading. You are truly champions for youth voice and are creating amazing opportunities for youth to really have their voices heard. Thank you. Good evening. We are members of the Students in Action Club and the ICUC Youth Organizing Chapter at San Bernardino High School. Voting is important to us because we need to make sure it is a way for our voices to be heard and we can choose who we want to represent us at the local, state, and national level. We are sad to share that most of the students we asked said that they have not been taught about the voting process here in our school. We want to see this policy passed because we think pre-registering and registering to vote at our school will be a great way for many students to learn about the voting process, and we want our generation to be active voters. Registering at school will be a great first experience for many students with being part of democracy. Many students don't ever get the opportunities like these because our voices are not always valued. Please help make sure students of color like us feel that adults do care about our voices and opinions. Thank you. As students from Arroyo Valley High School who are part of the Students for Change Club and Inland Congregation United for Change, we are advocating for the SBCUSD School Board to pass the voter registration policy. This would give us the opportunity to be part of the decision-making process in our community. Passing this policy would give us access to education we need. Students don't engage in the voting process from a lack of knowledge. If students receive this information at our schools, it would give us the opportunity to work with professionals on our school campuses. We have a lot of experience at Arroyo Valley High School with doing in-class voter education presentations and registration and are looking forward to helping implement this policy as soon as it passes. We are ready and urging you to coordinate with us so that as many students as possible are able to be heard during one of the most important elections we will all probably live through. Thank you. And that is it.
Thank you so much. Did I have a second initially? I had a second. Okay. And
I think I was second.
You did a second. Okay, great. And just to comment, I want to comment and applaud again. Those students did a great job. It just shows you we took something from a resolution now to an actual policy. And I want to commend the policy committee coming from the educational lens, because it's really important to educate so that you are informed when you vote. And so I think working together, I think you mentioned social studies in there, or social science, you know, where it will come from, and marrying that together with civic engagement, I think it's great. I mean, I took it way back to, I don't know, is Mr. Tillman still on there? But because I can't see him on the screen, but I remember Problems of Democracy. There were certain classes you had to pass before, and it had all that civic engagement piece in there. So this is just a modern version of it. And so I appreciate, you know, our efforts from just taking from, you know, memorializing, this is great, into action. And so I'm looking forward as we move forward. Dr. Wyatt, did you have something on that too? Were you saying something? Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and okay, Dr. Flores.
I just wanted to thank, of course, the ICUC students for bringing it to us, and also our board policy members, Abigail Medina, Dr. Hill, Scott, Dr. Wyatt, myself, and especially Cabinet for, you know, for crafting this. And at the final, we had an attorney who helped us, you know, on the spot to bring this to fruition. And so everybody should know that, and I encourage the students to, like you said, Madam President, that this was their idea. You know, it takes a while to get things rolling and to get everything in place. And policy, you guys, policy doesn't mean anything unless there's action in it. And so we included the action so that you could continue to register, you know, your fellow students, and also that we can get it into our curriculum so that it's, so you do learn about it. And like we listen to you. Dr. Volkamer said, you know, we're listening more. Yes, we are. We're listening and we're paying attention. And right now it's so crucial in terms of preserving our democratic ways. And so we thank you and salute you. And, you know, the saying, it takes a village, it certainly does take a village. And it takes elders. Remember to respect us as your elders. And so I know you do, but I'm just saying that we do listen. So thank you very much.
And I'm looking in there. I think you got, they look like they all simultaneously came at the same time. Ms. Rosales Medina, I mean, they all say 10-11. Okay, so Ms. Rosales Medina and then Mr. Gallo.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to the subcommittee, policy subcommittee. Honestly, this was one of those where, and I know many of board members have had conversations with ICUC youth themselves, but again, our district will be the first in the region to pass such a policy that includes all high schools requesting to be polling locations, which would be the first. And we see elementary schools, and the common sense would be, why not our high schools where students are at? And then of course, bringing in the history and the importance of voting. Many students, I know for myself, didn't grow up in an environment where you saw people vote, you saw your families vote. It wasn't, and so then as you grow up, you don't understand the importance, and then you don't even know what the process would be. And we already know how within the political world, sometimes many individuals, even voters themselves, are never contacted and reached out to. So then you're part of, you fall through the cracks within the democracy. So I am really excited about this one. I am full support. So I'm, this would be, again, we would be the first in the region to set the record, and then hopefully other districts will follow suit.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I want to, you know, let our fellow students know that, you know, this is one of the few opportunities you have to actually determine the course of the future of America. It's, you elect your representatives, and it's a God-given right. It's part of our constitutional rights, and it's one that is the envy of the world, where people are actually selecting individuals to represent them, not having governments select the individuals that supposedly represent the people. This is a tremendous opportunity and responsibility, quite frankly. And I just challenge our students to become educated about what they're voting for, not just because of peer pressure and what they're doing. And I certainly hope this is going to be nonpartisan and you know, it's all about an individual's rights to choose whoever, whatever, and however they wish to exercise their constitutional rights of voting. So I'm extraordinarily in favor of this, and I want to make sure that we are adhering to the principles of freedom of choice for everyone in how they vote, and shouldn't be pressured to vote one way or another in regard to anything. So we're providing you with an opportunity here to make it as easy as possible for you to participate in determining America's future. And so I applaud the effort as well.
All right, let's vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman. Was that a, okay. Dr. Flores. Dr. Flores, you're a mute.
A resounding aye.
Thank you. Dr. Wyatt.
The was me, Madam President. I was trying to clear my throat, but aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Mr. Gallo, did I call on you? I think so. Yeah, I did.
I just wondered where Mr. Tillman went.
Motion carried. All right. Thank you so much. 11.3, approval of the memorandum of understanding by and between Powell Academy and San Bernardino City Unified School District.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All right, if there's no discussion, let's vote. Ms. Rosales Medina. Did she say anything? I see her.
I know. Yeah, there you go. I'm on, okay, yes, aye.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Aye.
There you are.
There it is.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you so much. 11.4, establishment of school facility sub-fund.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved, and I guess that was a second, huh?
Yes,
Mr.
second.
Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.5, resolution adopting the Family Master Plan, including educational specifications.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we will vote. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 11.6, resolution authorizing issuance of the San Bernardino City Unified School District 2020 General Obligations Refunding Bond Series A and B.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.7, resolution authorizing issuance of the San Bernardino City Unified School District election of 2012 General Obligation Bond Series F and G.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. No discussion. We'll take the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 12.1, a review of board requests. Let's see how long of a list we gave them tonight.
Madam President, Madam
yeah.
President, you skipped 11.8.
I sure did. I see it now. Oh, my screen went too big. Oh, wait. Hold up. Technical difficulties. There it is. Resolution authorizing San Bernardino, this is the big one, San Bernardino City Unified School District Police Department to accept grant funds in the amount of $58,618 from the State of California Department of Justice Office of Attorney General Tobacco Law Enforcement Agreement with amending the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual budget.
So moved. Second.
All right, it's been moved in second and no discussion. Let's vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers. Aye. Motion carried. Bring my screen back. 12.0 summary of board requests. 12.1 review of board requests.
Okay, here we go, board. So the first request, you would like an update on the Aries attendance system and that integration. Ms. Rogers specifically requested that, so we'll bring that back to the board next time. You would like to, I have to make sure I'm understanding what I wrote. Clarify deadline for some, you would like us to clarify the time by which families must submit work in order to count as asynchronous and attendance, because you're hearing different things, right? So we'll bring that back to you and make sure that that's all communicated out clearly. Have Dr. Flores, and so the deadline request came from Mr. Tillman and Ms. Rogers. Dr. Flores requested to have the tiers, the color tiers for our local district, similar or just like the information that was provided from the county. So we'll be able to do that at our next board meeting. Dr. Flores also requested to have the data on the number of children in California that are getting COVID and the number of deaths, I believe, of children. Is that accurate, Dr. Flores?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tillman asked that we look into the disclaimer that Rialto is using for their teachers when they are on campus to teach from their classroom. Dr. Flores asked that we gather data from other districts who did allow teachers to use their classrooms, and then those same districts had to shut down, so get a bigger picture. Ms. Rosales Medina requested that we put a directory together for a program specialist so that our teachers know who to access, how to get in contact with them, and have that all in one place is what I understood. Mr. Gallo asked that we look into having some way to extend hours for our IT help desk for teachers who need help outside of the work hours. Dr. Wyatt asked that we make sure the website is easy to navigate and that is intuitive with all the information that we share. Dr. Hill gave an idea for us to consider having instructional aides or rec aides do some check-ins of families throughout the week, making sure that they just have a person checking in on them, maybe a couple of families a day. Ms. Rosales Medina asked that when we have future textbook adoptions, that we verify exactly what will come in that adoption before the teachers do their vote. So some clarity around that. Dr. Wyatt asked if we could purchase carts to help our families transport the food that we are providing them. So we'll look into that. Ms. Rogers asked that we make sure that our families know that earbuds are available to them at our schools. And we were actually talking about that with our principals today. So I know that our principals are working on that. I wasn't quite sure how to capture your requests, Ms. Rogers, regarding the FAFSA. So did you want that agendized or?
No, we're gonna reach out to those that reached out to us so they can kind of give us an idea. They may be able to give it to student services or someone in reference to what they're doing in the other districts around, and we can go from there.
Okay.
But we know it's out there. There is a process, but we'll gather that.
Okay,
so
great.
Some support on it.
All right. And then the final request, Ms. Rogers, you requested that we look into the entrepreneurship initiative or program with Cal State.
Right, as a pipeline connection to us here as another pathway. I think
okay, as a possible pipeline. Great.
And I know you do the capturing again, and I just, I want everyone to be clear, we're still gathering information. We know that there was a heavy topic when we talked about our teachers and those coming back within different timeframes, but there's a gathering of information. Dr. Flores requested something. We all have requested different things. So just want to be clear, because I know sometimes people say, well, did they take action? They did not take action. We didn't take any action, but we are gathering some additional information as we move closer to what's being anticipated as a date, a realistic date. And on board, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and move to 13.1, adjournment of the board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right, and we're going to adjourn. We want to say to everyone, have a great Labor Day, but again, be safe. We don't want those numbers to go up. We want them to go down. So let's make sure we are spending that quality time, but being very.
So no party at your house? Is that what you're saying?
It's gonna probably be at Mike's house, but I don't know.
Now it's canceled.
It's canceled. But thank you again. Remember, we're in this together. So stay safe, and God bless you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Take care.
Thank you.